Oh, hello there. Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencils sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. I can feel it. In my little felt heart. I Should Be Writing will be starting very soon. Derek will be live. Get your ideas ready. I see there's a digital writer's room that's going to happen too. Can't wait for you to be a part of it. Sharpen your pencils. Sharpen your mind. I Should Be Writing will begin soon. Look at you out there online being writers. I'm so excited for you. I hope you're ready for the rest of your writing day. I'll see you on the stream. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. Oh, hello there. Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencil sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific Time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. I can feel it. In my little felt heart. I Should Be Writing will be starting very soon. Derek will be live. Get your ideas ready. I see there's a digital writer's room that's going to happen too. Can't wait for you to be a part of it.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is Derek Nicola. I'm a writer-producer here in Los Angeles, California. Happy to have you here. This is I Should Be Writing. Welcome. A little writer fuel here. Little tea. Kickstart to kickstart the day. My goodness. I don't know about the rest of you. It's been a long week. A long December. Oh. Is that where the song comes from? You know? Long December, and there's reason to believe. I'm not gonna sing because I'll lose viewers instantly. So, enough about that. How are you guys doing out there? How are you all? I have a few things I wanted to talk to you about today. Let me find it. I have notes. Surprise, surprise, the writer came to the live stream with some notes. Where is it? Power. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's talk about how to write powerful characters. There's a really great comprehensive list already in existence based off of the 7 Rules of Power book. If you follow these 7 rules of power in your own life, you can follow these 7 rules of power for your own life or apply them to your character work, and you should probably get good results. If you're trying to write a powerful character, just apply these 7 rules of power to strengthen the integrity of your character. The first thing is that powerful characters get out of their own way. They don't suffer from imposter syndrome. They don't have a lot of self-doubt. They don't have a fear of asking for things. The first thing is that powerful characters get out of their own way. They don't have self-doubt, they don't have imposter syndrome, they don't have a fear of asking for things, and they're not overly cordial about it. Powerful characters aren't afraid to break the rules. Not necessarily criminally, but mostly ethically. They understand when a boundary is okay to break. We admire powerful characters because they break these boundaries when, as an audience, we wish we could do the same thing so easily. Make sure your powerful character shows up in a powerful fashion. They deserve a great entrance that states who they are from the top. Think about how they speak, think about how they dress, think about how much space they take up whenever they are in a room. Powerful people have a clear brand or narrative about who they are. And this might be the thing that we all struggle with the most. Powerful people use their power. They don't doubt themselves. So they exercise their power freely, and it makes people either fear or respect them. And also, powerful people understand that success will act as a giant eraser. Once you have success, once you have power, once you have the money, whatever your character is after, most people will end up kind of forgetting or forgiving what they did to get there. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for more content. Thank you. Meowfa, thank you so much for my dancing little dinosaur. You know I love my dancing little dinosaur. I'm gonna go ahead and ban Stream Boo. My God, what is going on over there, right? That dancing little dinosaur makes me really happy. Okay, it's the little things. Thanks for the lurk, Meowfa. YS books. I know it's YS books, but in my mind is really briefly. But in my mind, I read it as Yes books. Which I kind of like as well. YS books, if you want, drop in the chat. Tell me what you're up to, what you're writing. Sometimes we look at other people's writing. It's been a minute. Got a lot of it out of the way in some of the earlier streams. But always excited to see other writers out there. Or, if you want to lurk, thank you so much for the lurk. Okay, back to my notes. I kind of like that idea of the powerful character. Just honestly, you know, you make these connections and you just go, duh. How are we powerful as people? We're just writing people, right? Here we go. Pulling up my notes. I wanted to talk about why every scene needs a goal as well. I noticed that when most people ask me for notes on a scene, the question that we can really ask ourselves is, and pardon me because I'm thinking of like this next little video that I want to make. But the question that we need to really ask ourselves is, what does our character want? And like we all have a goal, whether it's to just remain unharmed at its simplest, to keep the stasis alive, to get out of a place, to change a place, to change a person, to change a thing, to change an idea. Whenever people start questioning their scene, being like, why is this scene here? It doesn't necessarily always have to be, did it move the plot forward? But did it lend itself to change? We're always looking for change. If we were to boil down why we tell stories, we're really boiling it down to the concept of change, is what I'm thinking. So, what does the character want right now? What's in the way of getting what they want? And what changes by the end of the scene? Okay. Let's figure it out. Or, you know what? I might kind of chop this up in editing, but here we go. Every scene needs a goal. We tell stories because we're telling people about change, how we change. So every scene should have a place that it starts and ends, and it should be different from one another. And it doesn't always necessarily have to be about moving the plot forward. Change can be emotional or internal as well. So, does your scene belong in this story? Well, let's ask 3 questions. What does the character want in this scene? What's getting in their way? And how does the character change by the end of your scene? If you can't give a good answer to those questions, or a compelling answer, if you can't give a compelling answer to those questions, maybe this scene doesn't belong or needs some work. Let's have an example here. Maybe your character wants their boss to approve a day off. Well, the boss already doesn't want your character to take a day off. Here we see clearly the character wants a day off. The boss is getting in his way, and the change will be he will get the day off, he won't get the day off, or he will make things worse or better for himself trying to get the day off. If your scene starts and ends in the same emotional place, maybe it doesn't belong or needs work. I hope that helps. My name is Derek. Be sure to like and subscribe and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thank you. I'm going to have to hack that one to pieces in the old timeline, huh? And YS books. I'm focused on my audiobooks. I'll use the Story Circle. Yeah. Story Circle's nice. And I've always told people here that they're all kind of the same, aren't they? Like the Story Circle, the Save the Cat, the Hero's Journey, the other thing. I don't know. There's the nutshell technique. Everything kind of goes back to character, relationships, wants, and change. But it's always really important to find a methodology that speaks to us, right? That we can see, that we can internalize and use and keep with us. It's hard to find methodology that's resonant. Usually we resonate emotionally with a character. We resonate with relationships, the nature of relationships. Sometimes ideas and themes resonate with us. It's a little harder to find an algorithm that makes us go, ooh, I get it. So congratulations if it's Dan Harmon's Story Circle. That's a really fantastic one. You know what I really like about Dan Harmon's Story Circle too is that it's circular. You know, everything else is kind of laid out in a linear fashion, right? Where it has a beginning and an end. But really, if you want to keep telling the story, keep going in the circle. Let's see. Let me take a look at my notes. What else did I want to talk about today? Oh, the log line. I've often talked about the importance of a log line being the backbone of a script, something that you should keep on a post-it note on your desk or at the top of your script or somewhere where you can always kind of go back to it as a touchstone whenever you feel like you might be meandering in your story. Remember the story that you're promising. And also, your log line does shift, but I've done a lot of log line sprints on here, and you could also go check those out on my YouTube page. I do character sprints, log line sprints, and scene sprints as well. I don't know that I've ever laid out just a quick way to just get into a log line. You could always shape it up, but the idea being you should be able to pitch your script in one sentence, and it's always going to contain your protagonist, their goal, their obstacle, what's at stake if they do or don't get it, and that's it. And like those 4 elements can create a very basic log line for you. There are log line competitions. People spend weeks, sometimes months, on crafting the perfect log line and using all the perfect words. And the truth is, you do have to get started, and you do have to be able to pitch your idea in a clear way, very, very briefly, so that somebody goes, oh, that's cool. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and record this little video for the future. This is a really easy way to break down your log line into 4 simple elements so that you can pitch your idea in one sentence and somebody can get it. Always include your protagonist. Always include their obstacle. Always include what is getting in their way. Forgive me. You can always include these 4 elements and you'll have a pretty strong log line. An inciting incident, your flawed protagonist, their goal, and what happens to them if they don't get it. So think about a sentence in this structure. When inciting incident happens, a flawed protagonist must accomplish the goal before the stakes, right? Before the stakes close, before the walls close in on them, before the world explodes, whatever it may be. That's it. Here's an example. When he's wrongly accused of murder, an alcoholic doctor must prove his innocence before the U.S. Marshal hunting him brings him in dead or alive, right? That's kind of I said alcoholic doctor, but maybe it'd be more like stoic. Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'll use one of my favorite movies as an example. When he's wrongly accused of murder, a stoic doctor must prove his innocence before a U.S. Marshal brings him in, dead or alive. That is a log line for The Fugitive, and you can see it contains all of those elements, and we know exactly what this movie is about. If you struggle to fill in the blanks of the inciting incident, the flawed protagonist, the obstacle, the goal, and the stakes, then you might need to go back to your log line and rethink it. I hope this helped. My name is Derek. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. Yeah, but you know what? It's only the first 10 minutes, and then I'm done, and then we actually go into some live writing. It does feel a little weird, and I felt a little weird doing it too, but you'll be fine. You'll all be fine. Let's do another one, so we can get this awkward phase over with, YS Books. I want to talk about the rule of threes. Maybe you've heard this expression and don't know quite what it is. Well, the rule of threes, I learned from comedy. It's setup, repetition, variation. But what the rule of threes really are a mini 3-act structure to make sure that your moments are as rich as possible. Remember your setup. You do something once. Your repetition. You do it again with stronger vigor. And then variation, you pull the rug out from your audience's expectations. This can happen in scenes, this can happen over the course of an entire movie or film, or even character arc. A good way to make sure that your audience feels the completeness of a character arc, of a plot point, of a scene, is to go back and examine, do you have things happening in sets of 3? It's not necessary, it's not a hard and fast rule, but it does help you accomplish that sense of completeness. I hope this helps. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. But tell me about your audiobooks. You said you're focused on your audiobooks, but are you recording audiobooks, or you're listening to audiobooks right now, or you're writing for like an audio series? Just out of curiosity, because most people who've come on here have either had fan fiction, prose, or screenplays, screenwriting. Very little poetry has come through the channel, but I'm always curious. Okay, so according to our schedule, we have a few more minutes to knock out some of these for the future. Ooh, this is interesting too, about how to take notes. I wonder if you guys have issues with this too, about how to take the note underneath the note, right? It's about like listening to the room. It's about knowing that the note exists, but not necessarily having to take the solution or the solve that other people present to you. It's kind of a way to make sure that your narrative keeps the voice. Have you guys struggled with this as well? Maybe in this next video I'll just tell people to like, don't react to the room, just listen, take everything down, and that your job is in the moment is to understand the note, not necessarily to agree with it, but taking a step away from all of your notes, looking for patterns. And if you find that more than one person is confused in the same spot, then there's a problem, even if you don't like how they propose to fix it. Just make sure that you're fixing the problem in a way that sounds like you, and you don't always have to copy the exact line or gag that they pitched. Okay. Okay, yeah, I think that's important to know. I'm gonna just do that real fast. It's important to be able to take notes without losing your voice. Your job as a writer is to listen to the room and understand that there are notes, not necessarily to take everybody's suggestion and do exactly what they say. Otherwise, you end up with what's called oatmeal, a mishmash of everyone else's idea that doesn't a mishmash of other people's ideas that don't necessarily represent your voice. It's edible but forgettable. If you're noticing that people are having if you notice that more than one person is having an issue in the same space in your script, and you're getting several different notes in the same space, then you know you have a problem. But it's important to keep your voice through the notes. You don't always necessarily have to take people's pitches or their solutions or their gags to fix your script. You have to still do it in your own voice. I hope this helps. My name is Derek. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thank you. Okay. And let's see, 12:50 live writing, 12:40 quick reset. That's what I promised. That's what we'll do. Okay. I was having a discussion with my directing partner, Gabriel St. Art. If you don't follow him on Twitch or YouTube, you should. He has a bunch of brilliant my tea isn't working. A bunch of brilliant videos you should check out. That being said, we were talking about transitions. We were talking about hand-off energy from one scene to the next, making purposeful, intentional choices between scenes can elevate your piece. And you can see it you see it all the time. It's just nearly invisible if it's done well, which is at the end of a scene, someone says, there's no way this could get worse. And then you smash cut into your next scene and someone says, it's getting worse, right? Or if you end on a visual like somebody gets squirted in the face with a hose pipe, and then the next scene is a character getting splashed from water from a gutter when a car drives by, right? You can use match cuts, you can use sound bridges, you can use thematic links to get from scene A to scene B in a more thoughtful way and elevate your writing. That's just that's kind of what I wanted to say. Vengeance NS. Hello, first time in the chat. So happy to have you here. How's it going? Vengeance, Vengeance CNS, are you a writer as well, or are you just kind of popping in? Always nice to see people. I was going to make a really quick video about scene transitions. Hopefully I can do it in a little under 60 seconds. But yeah. Hey, if your script feels choppy, maybe it's suffering from a lack of good scene transitions. Scene transitions are how we move from scene A to scene B with intentionality. If you put intention behind your scene transitions, your writing elevates nearly immediately. You see it all the time. One scene will end with a character saying, "This couldn't get any worse," and your follow-up scene will start with, "Things are getting worse," in a quick comedy example. But you can also make transitions with thematic elements. If it's about water, imagine somebody getting sprayed in the face with a garden hose, and then in the very next scene, cutting to somebody being splashed with water in the face by a car that drives through a rainy gutter. You can also use sound bridges. If your script is just feeling very pointed staccato, maybe take a step back and think about the moments in between your scenes. It could help. I hope it does. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Okay. All right. I usually go a little longer making these videos, but I don't know. I think I'm going through my notes about things that I wanted to talk about up top. And I think I'm happy with everything. So maybe we could just get into the writing now, huh? Give me 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my work. But while I do that, I'd love to hear from you in the chat about what you're working on. If you are, let's see here. Gonna pull up my work. Gonna work on some stuff. Gonna work on the novel that I'm working on. That and oh, I see. I'll put up a little text edit screen so I can put the chat up. It's always nice to see the chat on the screen. Where is it? Where'd you go? Text edit. There you are. There we go. Boom. This is my little setup for writing here. Let me go ahead and pull up my proper windows. So many windows when you're a streamer. There we are. Okay. Great. Got all my stuff. So, just to catch everybody up, we are editing my novella. We'll see by the time we get to the word count. I've been cutting pretty mercilessly on this pass. I've done all my big work. I've done my research and my story and my character development, and I've been working backwards from how people normally work. I went screenplay first and then moved into book form because the screenplay form was just a little bit limiting. You want to try and keep things around 120 pages, and then of course writing historical fiction. Production value wise, that's a lot of money that people aren't really spending on movies unless you're a big brand name IP or a big time director who's known for huge box office grosses. None of which are me. So, but whenever you like a story and you really want to get your hands dirty, I think maybe the novel is the best way to go. I think a novel is anywhere after about 90,000 words. I think below that, probably looking at novella. So I'll do my word count later, but thinking this is with 30 chapters, 30 short chapters, intentional, on purpose. I'm going for that. Feels like a very, very quick read from a book that you can pick up at an airport kiosk and read on the way from Los Angeles to New York or vice versa. That Da Vinci Code kind of style, wow, I'm really moving through this book. I didn't realize the chapters were all 5 pages, that kind of thing. So, with that being said, I'm going to have to read into where I am. I left off with some notes to myself that you're seeing here. This kind of gives you a sense of inertia. I don't have to figure out what to do next. I already know. I've given myself instructions, so I can kind of just jump in. However, I do want to ramp up. So chapter 7 is Catherine's chapter. This was kind of a late addition into the book, just to kind of help build dimension in her character. She seemed to be tertiary, and then as the story went on, she had a much bigger part of the storyline. And as a character with a pivotal part in a storyline, looking backward, I thought, wow, she was kind of underdeveloped. So I wanted to give a chapter of time to hint at a little backstory for her, spend some time with her in a room alone. You learn a lot about a character by what they do alone or what they do when they think no one is looking, and build without slowing down the story, which is the tricky part, an investment from the reader in her character. So, with that being said, I'm going to read through really briefly what we worked on this past stream and get to my notes and see where I'm supposed to go. Steam curled off the basin as Catherine scrubbed the morning from her skin, a lie's sting cleansing the fish stink from the market's chase. She plucked a stray cabbage leaf from her hair. She cracked the door to check the brothel's hallway, then shut it tight and locked the bolt. From under a loose board, she drew a small cloth roll, her secret sentiments. She pulled from it a corded necklace and slipped it over her head. A crude copper token hung her throat, nicked with 2 crossing scratches. Her mother's mark, cut the day they left her at Bridewell's gate. It lay cold a moment against her skin, then warmed. She dressed with quick hands, hair pulled back and tied. Downstairs, the madam was waiting, cool as ever, a tally already running behind her eyes. "And my coin?" Catherine prodded. A small silence. The madam searched the air and landed on a memory, somewhere between pity and profit. "When you first came to me, you had nothing, and I taught you how to keep accounts." "I know," Catherine said, "and I mean to balance this one." The court isn't kind to the likes of us, the madam said at last. Men in gowns, names in books, girls who speak get remembered, she warned. Then let them remember, Catherine said. He took my purse. The madam turned to her small table, opened the drawer, and tossed Catherine the purse, empty. Catherine's fingers pinched the leather, feeling its slackness. The house was paid, the madam said. That's the business. A memory flashed of the night before, when the deed had been done with Thomas. He saw the old welt at her wrist. I know the feel of a lash, he had said as he ran his finger over it. He turned and showed his welts to Catherine. Funny how memories can be born from leather, but maybe yours came by accident. Bridewell, she looked away. A house of correction for the disorderly. The poor, Thomas concluded. He looked into her eyes with a genuine stare that acknowledged their shared truth. Anne said, better a wool blanket and two bodies than silks in solitude. He had used truth as bait, a trick she had often used, turned against her. Heat rose in her neck. Honest and a thief, both. The truth didn't excuse the taking. A girl from the house hurried past with a bucket. They've got him, she whispered, bright with gossip. Dragged to the Compter at first light. They say there will be a hearing by midday. Catherine straightened, fire in her eyes. The madam's keys chimed. You have work. I have words, Catherine said. I'll be back by evening. The madam weighed her a moment longer. Keep your tongue narrow and your story clean. She stepped into the street. Morning had hardened into day. The market was half reset, fish scales winking in the cracks where a boy scrubbed and swore. A cartwheel squealed past, and somewhere a hawker shouted his bargains. Catherine set her shoulder and took the road toward the ward hall and the Compter, walking past. Two marshalmen kept the door. One rubbed at a stain on his coat that wouldn't come out. Catherine lifted her chin. I'm here to give a statement, she said. He took my purse. The taller one looked her over. Dress tokened the steadiness in her voice, then jerked his head toward the steps inside. The hall smelled of ink and old wool. The clerk lifted his quill. You'll speak it plain, and you'll swear it, he said without warmth. It goes in the book. It will be plain, Catherine said. She gripped her necklace for strength. She stepped into the hearing room, a narrow table, a clerk, a thin-lipped alderman, two marshalmen flanking a man dripping from the heat of the day. Thomas lifted his head. He found her. She met his gaze and did not blink. Swear and speak it plain, the clerk said, sandshaker at the ready. He took my purse, she said. Paid the house with my coin. The alderman's quill twitched. Describe him. Dark hair, split lip, seaman's hands. The clerk nodded. Make your mark? He pushed the ledger toward her. Behind her, the burly marshalman gave a low, satisfied hum. Beside him, Thomas shifted as if to speak, and was stilled by a hand at his shoulder. Okay, so here we have Catherine, a brothel worker who was just intimate with this man, Thomas Derrick. Thomas, during the night, took her own coin, gave it to the madam to pay for her services, and then escaped, essentially. Only to be caught by the marshalman, and upon getting her justice, Catherine still doesn't have her coin. Like the madam said, the house was paid, so all of Catherine's savings are gone because of Thomas. So here I have these notes. Did Catherine actually end up losing anything here? I need to make sure the clerk doesn't look kindly on Catherine. The clerk records Catherine being of a bawdy house, and because of this is refused any sort of restitution. And would love to have Catherine's last words to Thomas here be about justice without mercy, shares her hurt, calls out Thomas's exploitation of their condition. The court may find you mercy, but I do not. I don't even know what that note means anymore. Better one wool blanket and two bodies, you said. You left me with neither, only an empty purse. I'll have justice. That's an interesting line that I still like. Also, because I know where the story is going, I was just, see, there is a good reason for doing these short little videos. I know YS Books bailed because he was like, this is awkward, I don't like, or she was like, this is awkward, I don't like it. But it's a good reminder because I'm thinking about scene transitions, which I talked about earlier, and I kind of want to apply that knowledge here. I know that in real history, Thomas Derrick was accused of ravishment, rape, and was sentenced to death, and in order to escape his death sentence, becomes the executioner. Boom. That's what we're talking about in the Ropesman's Tale. The way that I decided to get around it, to add a little bit of sugar to a very dark situation, because that's my voice, that's how I write. I was thinking of this as like a Knight's Tale, right? Like how would Spielberg handle something this tragic or violent, messy, dark? I took a cue from Pirates of the Caribbean. You know, this is a thieving, murderous, conniving, untrustworthy pirate who has, you know, these characters in history weren't always as noble at heart as Johnny Depp's character was, right? But they sweetened it for a 4-quadrant audience, and now you can like literally take your 10-year-old to see a story about pirates. So how do we do this with executioners? How do we do this with a man who was accused of rape and then had a death sentence and then accepted a role of killing other people in order to escape his own death? Well, my solution was this moment with Catherine. This is kind of why she was created, the person slighted by Thomas. And if you are, I'm thinking that it's in a roundabout way to say that you're going to pay for sexual favors, get the sexual favor, and then not, is a great reason for Catherine to essentially call it ravishment, because it's not exactly what she agreed to. It was consent under false pretenses, in a way that makes it a little bit more approachable and clever, for lack of a better word, even though it's still dastardly. But that's who our protagonist is. He is an anti-hero. It also makes me think this could be the moment where Thomas mouths off, tries to use his charm again. She's upset, and she decides, hey, actually, the way that I'm going to approach this is accuse him of ravishment. And then this is why I talk about scene transition of Catherine gets an idea. I know how I can make things worse for you, right? If she's not getting the respect that she needs as a brothel worker coming from a bawdy house, then if she can't get that restitution, then maybe she will get her justice, right? And Thomas, as a petty criminal, has probably understood that he can steal, serve some time, get back out on the street, pay a fine. I don't know what it is. I'll have to actually look up the Elizabethan sentences for petty theft, essentially. But whenever she decides to change the charges from petty theft to ravishment, then Thomas's world really collapses around him. It's an amazing inciting incident, actually, that puts him into a predicament where he has to change or die. It's always life or death stakes in this novel and in this time period, really. Catherine changes charge. So sometimes what I do, and remember, like, I don't use AI to replace writers or writing or my voice, but I will use it for quick, in-depth research. Like, this is a perfect moment where AI is a great tool, where I need to understand quickly without opening up a bunch of tabs. One thing about Elizabethan history, how long would what would happen to a person who was charged with petty theft? What kind of sentence would that be? So I'm going to say what? Oops. Oh, wrong window. Okay. Let's see. Let it do its thinking and its research. My hope is that it comes back with something of like a week or the restitution, or I don't know, something less than, let's say, a year, or um, I don't know, just something that doesn't seem fair, right? We have to put ourselves in Catherine's heels or shoes at this point, where this woman has come from a hard life. If you weren't around for earlier parts of the story, Whitehall is a workhouse for the poor. We kind of established it whenever we were in that flashback where Thomas talks about it's a reform. It's a place for reforming criminals, and he's like, no, poor people, right? Um, let's see. Petty theft isn't enough. Cliff. Da, 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 da. Okay, so in Elizabethan London, petty larceny, which is a very small value, typically meant public whipping at the cart's tail or time in the stocks. Grand larceny above a low threshold could be a felony with hanging unless mercy intervened. Yeah, a mere whipping would feel laughable to Catherine. So I think so. That's interesting, right? So I didn't even know to call it petty larceny. That's great. That's probably the actual Elizabethan turn. So that's how we'll do it, right? And I talked about this as well, the rule of not the rule of threes, but the rule of threes. I did talk about that, but we talked about goals in a scene. So it's almost like a different part of this chapter. It's a scene in a chapter where Catherine has gone to the Compter's office with a goal. I want justice. And who is not giving it to her? The alderman, the Compter, the people recording uh, the crime and sentencing Derek. So she wants her money back. She wants him to suffer. The crime for petty larceny is going to be the whipping at an ox cart, right? And to her, that's laughable because she's already seen his welts from earlier, and she knows that he, that he can endure the pain. Um, so she could just, to me, I kind of picture her like going back to the empty purse in her mind, like maybe even crumpling it up in her hand and just thinking that it's not enough. And the clerk could suggest it. Like, do you have something to add to this bill, to the charge? And then she could just like lift her chin and just say, yes, uh, I have one more charge, right? And it's here where I have to decide whether I want to end the chapter there and then come in at the court hearing and then discover it there. But here's the dissonance that I'm having is what chapter comes after this one. Because if I set up a cliffhanger and it doesn't immediately pay off and the next scene transition, it'll get lost. You're not going to think, oh wait, that chapter 2 or 3 chapters ago ended, but we never got the thing. What might be interesting too is to name the thing and not realize how powerful of a sentence it is. Because I had to look it up. I had to look up what the sentence was for petty larceny. So unless you're Elizabethan England scholars, I can have a little fun there. So here I know that my next chapter is a chapter 8, sentencing a scoundrel. The caged cock crows. Still don't. You know what? And looking at this, I still don't know what title I like better. Courtroom. Da, da, da. Look, if we're going to be in the courtroom, I think I might not say ravishment and Catherine's thing here. But how long until we hear ravishment here? Silence for the court. Disorderly conduct, inciting public unrest. And then ravishment. That's 1, 2 pages. Okay, I think I'm not going to say the word ravishment at the end of this chapter. By the way, this is what writing is. It's a lot of talking out loud to yourself and walking around and thinking. It's not always the ticky-tacky. Okay, so how do I want to end this scene? So make your mark. You push the ledger toward her. Behind her, the burly marshalman gave a low, satisfied hum. Behind him, Thomas shifted as if to speak, and was stilled by a hand at his shoulder. So it could be... I want to do this. Make your mark. Here, in between these two paragraphs. Ellen's eyes fell on her with disgust. Okay. We talked about restitution. Right, I'm literally going through my notes here. I'll scroll up. I forget how it looks on the screen. But I have this here, restitution. Restitution, I had a sentence in my brain. Oh, restitution, if any, relies on your keeper, or not, relies with your keeper. They're trying to say we're here for justice and sentencing, not to give whores their money back. But it's Elizabethan England, so we have to kind of say this in a way. I think I wouldn't even call her my lady. He has disdain for her, so he would be direct and maybe not give her any cordialities. We serve the Queen and her justice. So it should be like, and what of my coin? Restitution, if any, lies with your keeper. We serve. We serve the Queen's justice. Restitution, if any, lies with your keeper. I'll say, quelling fury, Catherine turned to Thomas. Let's just go back to my notes. So we did the bawdy house, we did the restitution, done. Did Catherine actually end up losing anything here? I need to make sure the Clerk doesn't look kindly on Catherine. Well, the clerk is definitely not looking kindly on Catherine. And sometimes, and maybe I'm over justifying this to myself. I could be wrong. She did lose her money, but she lost her money before she came here. It's more that it's kind of changing in the fact that it's not that she lost something again. It's just that she is not gaining anything. It's just that she's not gaining anything because she wants justice. Like, okay, the money is gone, right? The madam has it. She took it back. She's not getting it back. The court doesn't have her money. She probably wasn't expecting the court to just give her money that she lost. It's not a she's not insured, right? So she wants justice and she can't have it. So we really need to get to the low grade punishment. But we also need to know that she wants justice. And here I said, I already have the line, right? I already wrote this in my notes, so I'm ready to go. Better one wool blanket than two bodies, you said. You said. You left me with neither, only an empty purse. I'm justice. Right? And then there was this moment where Thomas almost like shifted in his seat and somebody put his arm back on his shoulder. I kind of want to move this moment. It feels better here. And not by a hand, by the martial man's hand. Okay, that's feeling a little cleaner. She wants her money. She even talks about her money up here in my coin. I'm just going to say gently prodded. As if knowing it would never return. Something like that. He returned. Okay, so would love to have Catherine's words to Thomas here be about justice without mercy, shares her hurt, calls out Thomas' exploitation of their condition. The court may find you mercy, but I do not. Okay, so I'll have justice. That little moment where actually, maybe wants to add a charge, then Thomas does this thing. I don't know. That sentence is cool. I just don't know where it belongs. It's definitely a moment, an action that kind of like feels like a shift change, right? Let's just put it aside for now. Let's get to it. The clerk's gonna chime in, right? Like, just say it. Just say it. Chimed in. A petty theft. Whipping at the cart's tail through. For petty theft, a whipping at the cart's tail. Then out, like a whipping and then he's set free. Catherine. Squeezed the empty leather. Not enough. Then maybe the clerk. Then you mean to add to the bill? Write another charge. Readying his quill. Which then maybe Thomas shifted as if to speak and was stilled by the marshalman's hand at his shoulder. Here, she lifted her chin. Idea struck her. An idea struck her. Vengeful. Spite-filled. Idea. She lifted her chin. Write another charge, readying his quill. The clerk pressed it department, which Thomas shifted as if to speak, but was stilled by the marshalman's hand at his shoulder. Okay, something like that. Okay. Hmm. Let me check the chat here. Mookie, what's up? We just kind of solved the end of our chapter 7. Oh, Mook, you're kind of here early, aren't you? Maybe? I don't know. Are you? But we were thinking about scene transitions and cliffhangers and when to withhold information and when to not. I think we just did a successful little cliffhanger because we decided that as long as chapter 8 follows our courtroom scene, we've decided that as long as our courtroom sentencing scene follows the booking scene, we can bridge the gap of knowledge without distancing the reader from the facts that they need in order to understand the story. Okay, guys, that puts us back at chapter 8. I'm going to be reading through this. Also, I can't decide on this chapter title, but you know what I really love? I love using these polls on Twitch. So part of me thinks, that I should do a poll and let you guys decide what this chapter is called. Maybe we'll read through it, and then I'll do the poll, and you guys can decide based on like how the chapter goes. I don't know. Sorry. Addressing the chat in the YouTube channel. 1 second. Okay. Good deal, yes. A bit early in the office, going to cook some dinner in the pressure cooker in a few minutes. You have a pressure cooker in the office? Okay, let's read through chapter 8. Here we go. The morning light cut through the high-arched windows of the courtroom, illuminating the dust that hung in the air. The room was an ornate theater of judgment, where men decided the fates of others over smeared ink and curled parchment. The wooden benches creaked under the weight of the assembled onlookers, merchants, clerks, and beggars alike, all eager to witness the spectacle of justice. Thomas Derrick stood in the dock, his wrists bound in iron, his clothes still stained from his time in Newgate. The courtroom smelled of damp wood and old paper. The judge loomed above him in heavy robes, his wig slightly askew, his eyes already carrying the exhaustion of too many trials before this one. A bailiff slammed his staff against the floor. "Silence for the court!" Thomas lifted his chin, scanning the faces before him. The onlookers weren't here to see justice. They were here for entertainment. Trials like these were as much show as the executions that often followed them. Near the front, Catherine and the madam sat among the crowd, their presence an unspoken reminder of his own foolishness. Catherine's expression was unreadable, but the madam's lips were curled into a knowing smirk. They had come to see the final act. A stir rippled through the courtroom as the judge adjusted his wig and cleared his throat. This was no impartial hearing. The verdict had been decided before Thomas ever set foot in the dock. The court will hear the charges in full. The prosecutor, a thin man with a pinched face and a permanent scowl, stood and unrolled a parchment. He cleared his throat. Thomas Derrick, you stand accused of theft of personal property, disorderly conduct, inciting public unrest, resisting arrest, striking an officer of the law, and the vile crime of ravishment. Catherine shifted uncomfortably in her seat, tucking her stray hair behind her ears. A murmur rippled through the courtroom at the last charge. Thomas's smirk barely wavered, but his mind was already working. Ravishment. That particular accusation had weight. Whether true or not, it was a word that stuck to a man, poisoning him in the eye of the public more than theft or brawling ever could. He had expected the list of offenses, but this charge was meant to sink him entirely. He felt stares searing into him from the gallery. Catherine, the madam, the marshals who had dragged him to Newgate, they were all watching, waiting for his reaction. I don't know why this is italicized. It's not a thought. I wonder if that's an accident. The judge steepled his fingers. Do you deny these claims? Thomas sighed dramatically, tilting his head back. Deny? No, Your Honor, but I do take issue with the phrasing. The judge arched his brow. Explain. Instigating a brawl. I was merely engaged in an enthusiastic exchange of differing opinions. Murmurs rippled through the court. Disorderly conduct, Your Honor. If laughter and lively conversation are crimes, then I fear all of London is guilty. A tavern without merriment is a church without prayer, and I am but a devout man. Sensing the prosecutor was about to counter his argument, Thomas swiftly continued, inciting public unrest? I am no revolutionary. If a man stumbles and the people laugh, is it his fault for falling or the fault of the people for laughing at his genuine mistake? Last I checked, it was not against the law to merely be an accidental inspiration for the spirited actions of a humorless crowd. The prosecutor stepped forward with his hand up to quiet Thomas, but Thomas could not be silenced. And furthermore, I did not resist arrest. If the marshalman hadn't grabbed me so suddenly, I wouldn't have mistaken them for common ruffians. A simple pardon me, sir, may we have a word would have sufficed. The burly marshalman gritted his teeth at Thomas's accusation. As for striking an officer, I must say this was the most grave misunderstanding of all. I merely attempted to remove an obstruction from my path, which, by sheer misinformation, happened to be his face. I dare say he assaulted... obstruction. I dare say he assaulted my fist with his jaw. The judge, now irritated at being taken for a fool, raised his voice. I think we have heard enough. The prosecutor stepped forward. Slippery one you are. Clever, too. I suppose you also have an excuse for the charge of theft and ravishment as well? Thomas paused, surveying the room before him. His eyes landed on Catherine, her brooding stare stabbing into him. Those two charges have been conflated, Your Honor. I did not steal. I have never stolen in my life. I merely reacquired what was rightfully mine. It was a refund for a lackluster performance. The entirety of the court chuckled and murmured. Even the judge held back a guttural laugh. Indignant, Catherine's composure shattered. Liar! He paid with stolen coin and then took it back like a filthy, scheming rat. The judge's gavel cracked against the wood. Silence! Order! Thomas swallowed his shame at turning the people's attention to Catherine, but kept pushing. I paid. Therefore, I was a patron, not a villain. The prosecutor raised his hands in the air, redirecting the attention back to his solemn and professional demeanor. Yet you pilfered back the coin. The act was not consensual if payment was nullified. Thomas exhaled heavily, shaking his head. It was a simple business dispute. The judge leaned forward, unimpressed. Call it what you will, Derek, but the law does not favor your kind. The weight in the room shifted. No more humor. No more arguments. This was never about fairness. The judge exhaled through his nose. Derek, you have made a mockery of yourself in this city for too long. Thomas felt a shift. There was no sense of empathy in the judge's voice. The murmurs in the courtroom faded into silence, the kind of silence that settled on everyone's shoulders when they understood the outcome before it was even declared. This wasn't a trial. It was a ritual, a mere step before the noose was fitted around his neck. I feel like I've said this already. I think that's overwritten. I was being a little redundant. I can cut that down. The judge adjusted his robes, looking at Thomas with a mixture of boredom and finality. This court has heard enough. Oh, what's up in the chat? Yes, you have a small kitchen? Nice. I just never seen, like, even in a small kitchen, a pressure cooker? I mean, I can kind of see the crock pot, maybe. Cool that you do accents. I also have a certain cadence and way of speaking for the characters I write, but it's more in my mind than out loud. What's interesting is when an actor performs words you write in a production and it ends up sounding much different. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I just have to do this because, I don't know, I guess I kind of like doing it. But whenever I was writing this, and I think he's probably not ever going to do this, but I was picturing Thomas Hardy as Thomas Derek. So I'm doing my Thomas Hardy impression, really. The prosecutor, sensing the moment to drive the final nail into Derek's coffin, stepped forward. Your Honor, Thomas Derek is a blight on this city. He is a man of no fixed home, no honest trade, no intention of betterment. He drinks, he brawls, he steals, and now he stands accused of the most heinous of crimes. Thomas, nearly involuntarily, rebuked the insinuation Oh, it's with an S, isn't it? Insinuation. I don't know why I spelled. I'm just desperate, I guess. That's it. The insinuation. Oh shit! I just lost my place. Of the prosecutor's argument. Thomas nearly involuntarily rebuked the insinuation of the prosecutor's argument. You flatter me, sir. I had no idea I was so famous. So infamous. A few stifled chuckles escaped through the spectators, but the judge's violent glare smothered them instantly. He turned to Thomas. Guess I was writing this pretty fast. His elbows resting on the bench. You think this is a joke, Derek? Thomas held the judge's stare, but the weight of the air pressed against him. The mirth was fading fast. Not at all, Your Honor. I simply find it fascinating how a man's character can be decided so completely by men who have never shared a drink with him. The judge sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. The evidence is clear. You are guilty of theft, disorderly conduct, inciting unrest, resisting arrest, striking an officer, and ravishment. Thomas's jaw tightened at the last charge, the one meant to drag him lower than the rest, the one that guaranteed there would be no mercy. Do you have anything to say before sentencing is passed? The judge asked, his voice carrying the tone of a man offering a condemned soul a final prayer. Thomas exhaled slowly, glancing towards Catherine. Her gaze was set, unwavering. Why is this It's not like it's a thought. I don't know why that's italicized. Her gaze was set, unwavering, waiting to see if he would squirm. For the first time since the trial began, Thomas hesitated. Words usually came to him as easily as breathing, but now all he could do was laugh. The familiar laugh he had taught himself to help him shrug away the injustices of his own life. The desperate laugh that had made it possible for him to pull his head up from the cold stone streets every morning. A laugh that had nothing to do with humor and everything to do with the absurdity of it all. The judge's gavel struck the wood, and the crack echoed through the chamber. The courtroom, once buzzing with energy, now hung in weighted silence. Why is this italicized? What was going on? This chapter is riddled with inconsistencies. The judge cleared his throat, his air of authority looming over Thomas. Thomas Derrick, for your crimes, you are sentenced to hang by the neck until dead. This was the moment people came to witness. Not justice, not truth, finality. The madam and Catherine both sat back in their seats, vindicated. The prosecutor turned back to his papers, satisfied. Thomas inhaled slowly, forcing his limbs to remain loose. He would not give them the satisfaction of seeing fear. The judge's voice carried on, emotionless. Sentenced to be carried out at Newgate Prison in 2 days' time. 2 days, Thomas exhaled. So that was it. The guards moved toward him, but he turned his head slightly, scanning the faces in the crowd. Catherine had gone rigid, her hands clenched in her lap. The chains around his wrist rattled as the guards tightened their grip. Chains around his wrist rattled as the guards tightened their grip. Why did that sound weird? The guards moved toward him, but he turned his head slightly, scanning the faces in the crowd. I feel like he's also scanned the faces in the crowd at the top of this. I have a tendency to write the same sentence over and over again until I have to come back and punch it up. The guards moved toward him, and he turned his head slightly. Maybe that. The guards moved toward him, and he turned his head slightly, using the moment to find Catherine's eyes. She did not look back, her body rigid, her hands clenched in her lap. Well, that's a fragment, so let's add it to this. She did not look back. There's a little verb there, at least, to make it a full sentence. Also, that feels better at the end of the sentence, right? The guards moved toward him, and he turned his head slightly, using the moment to find Catherine's eyes. Her body rigid, her hands clenched in her lap. She did not look back. The chains around his wrist rattled as the guards tightened their grip. Thomas cast a glance toward the judge, lifting his chin. 2 days. How generous of you. The judge did not dignify him with a response. He simply waved a hand, dismissing him as one would a stray dog. Don't know why this is italicized either. The guards jerked him toward the exit, dragging him through the narrow aisle as the crowd pressed closer. He could hear their whispers, their excitement. One more name added to the list of men who would dance at the gallows. He kept his smirk in place, but beneath it, his mind was already working. 2 days. That meant he had 2 days to find a way out. That belongs in italices. That is a thought. Okay, so we just had... So you got to see how Chapter 8... you got to see how Chapter 7 went into Chapter 8, and we didn't need to hear about the ravishment because it was already there. Let's talk about... I would love to... How many people do we have? I would love to finally put a decision into this chapter title. Clundyman, Mialpha, Mookie. I'm going to do a little poll. We just read through this together, and maybe you're paying attention, maybe you're not. I don't know. But, what is a better chapter title? Is it Sentencing Scoundrel? Or The Caged Cock Crows? I'll put a poll up. I'm just curious. And also, I just did the thing. You know how whenever you flip a coin, because you can't decide, and then while the coin is in the air, you're like, oh god, I hope it's heads. I just decided, like, sentencing a scoundrel is more accurate to what's happening in this chapter, as opposed to The Caged Cock Crows, which would actually say something more along the lines of he's already in prison and you know what I mean? Like, it seems like out of place in the timeline. As much as I think it's clever, but clever isn't always best. I think that's what it is. And somebody else agrees with me. Okay. Unless there's a big upset in less than a minute, I think Chapter 8 just needs to be Sentencing a Scoundrel. Alright, I need liquid. How's everybody doing on hydration? If you're not hydrating, now is always a good time. Let me see. No. Guys, I got this little chocolate almond protein thing. One day after expiration, and this thing is curdled thick. Oh man, really missed my opportunity here. Oh, it's so chunky and gross. That's wild. You're not seeing it off screen, but believe me, y'all, I made a poor life decision. Oh yeah, yeah, it is. Mookie, the caged cockcrows is a little bit of like, I know why the, I know why the caged bird sings or something like that. It's like a play on that. One day can really make a difference, I guess. Yup. But you know, the good news is that I'm very happy with this chapter. It was more this chapter, you know, getting picky with it was really more about grammar and avoiding redundant sentences. So I don't really have any notes for myself on this, and I'm open to them, but I'm gonna let an editor or a publisher or somebody give them to me because at some point we have to get to 90% done. Put a pin in this thing, send it off so I can work on the next thing. Um, you don't want one project to eat up too much time in your life. Sorry, I gotta clean up. Okay, okay. Sorry, it was just like a chocolate protein mess in my sink over there. I know you heard me working. Okay, okay. So now we have. Hey, that's you know we're kind of cooking today. Usually we end up working on like kind of a chapter a day, but we finished a chapter 7. We wrote a kind of a new ending to it. That sets us up for our chapter 8, which, with the exception, and I'm even seeing some red lines here. You know, sometimes this is like the result of vomit drafts and stuff like that. It was mostly surface level grammar, phrasing, word choice. So we can move on to chapter 9. The Dead Man Returns. This is this was a choice that I had to make early on. At some point, I was alternating chapters of characters. So it was Devereaux, Thomas, Catherine, Thomas, and now we're moving from Thomas's POV, right? Chapters take place from different characters' POV, which is how I've organized my book. And yes, Mookie. I know why the caged bird sings from Maya Angelou. Yeah, maybe best not to mess around with play around with that title for such a frivolous endeavor, you know. Um, but now we go from Thomas's point of view to Thomas's point of view. Let's read through it, and usually I come. It's hard to come to conclusions without reading through it. So let's just do the work. Let's just do the work and start from the top. And then we'll understand the chapter that precedes it. And in this case, you know, it's not. We have Robert Devereaux chapter that precedes it. Okay, let's just do it. The Dead Man Returns. The streets of London were a different beast when a condemned man walked through them. The journey back to Newgate was not one of secrecy. It was a parade of inevitability. His chains felt heavier with every step as the guards flanked him. The people of London gathered along the road, their eyes alight with morbid curiosity. Some whispered behind gloved hands, others jeered, and a few even spat in his direction. A woman hawking fruit called out, "Better make peace with God." She grinned, showing her missing teeth, before lobbing an overripe pear at his shoulder. It landed with a wet smack dripping down his already stained coat. Thomas, angry, felt a compulsive need to retort. You might have aimed for my mouth, love. It's been a while since I've had a decent meal. Some onlookers chuckled, but the guards yanked his chains, forcing him to stumble forward. Newgate loomed ahead. If it's not a thought, it doesn't need to be italicized. I don't like that. The sight of it, blackened with soot and history, made the knot in his stomach tighten. He had left these gates only hours before, believing there was at least a chance for leniency. Now he returned with a noose in his future. The crowd pressed in closer as the procession neared the prison doors. Some reached out to touch him as if rubbing the luck from his bones. Others whispered prayers or curses. Although he never thought it possible, the inside of Newgate seemed even darker. Hope withered in the shadows. The guards shoved him forward, deeper into the heart of despair. The constant reminder of his lost freedom and his uncertain future lay ahead of him. The vibrant life he had once known seemed like a distant dream swallowed by stone. A rat, undisturbed by the human traitors. A rat, undisturbed by the human intruders, scurried across the floor. Thomas's gaze followed the creature, a small, living embodiment of himself. Along the corridor, the faces of prisoners emerged from the shadows. I just had an idea here, which is, this is very much my voice, but Thomas is following the creature. I feel like a living embodiment of himself is not something Thomas would say, but and I know he's not saying it here. I just wonder how he might view a rat. Like, this is very presentational, I want to say. But like rat would just see like a rat, Thomas would just see a rat as like a brother, a kin. Is basically what he's saying. I wonder if that sums it up. If that's a nicer choice. Along the corridor, the faces of prisoners emerged from the shadows, their eyes peering through the rusty bars that confined them. Each face was etched with the marks of despair, a silent chorus of souls abandoned to their fate. Their looks, heavy with resignation and the weight of untold stories, bore into Thomas a grim homecoming. Without ceremony or care, Thomas was thrust into his cell, the heavy bars behind him clanging shut. His neighbors, a motley crew of ragged men, paid him little attention. Each was absorbed in their own private misery. Someone let out a low whistle. Shishel. Whistle. 2 days, Derek. What's it feel like? I need to end the quotations there. I feel like these fucking fonts are different sizes. Am I wrong? I feel like I'll just have to unify it later. But I'm pretty sure they're different font sizes. Let me see. Let me check my format. What is this? 12? 12. Are my eyes just playing tricks on me? Oh, that's a hell of a thing to get older. Okay, whatever. Thomas searched the shadows for the voice he recognized from a few nights ago. Widow Goodfellow. Like an inconvenience, Thomas replied smoothly. I had other plans. Rubbish! Widow Goodfellow cackled. Thomas grinned at her excitement. And here I thought I'd left you behind in that miserable tavern. From the gloom her voice cried out, nearly threatening. Turns out I had a bit of business to attend to. Unlike you, I actually finished mine. Thomas was too tired for snappy replies. He was hungry and exhausted. He had to conserve his energy and figure out how to stay alive. Thomas flexed his fingers, staring at a small sliver of light slipping through a narrow gap in the bricks. 2 days. A lot could happen in 2 days. Here's the thing. We talk about... The audience might be like, Widow Goodfellow is in prison? The answer is yes. I feel like this might confuse the reader because later I do tell the reader why Widow Goodfellow is in prison. It's kind of the reason that Thomas gets to escape. Widow Goodfellow ended up killing the executioner that executed her husband, that made her a widow in the first place. So, with that, I feel like the audience needs to know it earlier. I'm going to put this maybe in a note. I'll put a note at the bottom. Here are my notes. That's it. So I might end up, because I've already done the work of explaining why Widow Goodfellow is in prison. So it might just be something that I don't have to like retype or rethink, just move around. Different font sizes, strange italics, and words spelled wrong. This normally happens to me, but only when I try to write after having too many adult beverages. That never works out well for me. Yeah. Well, this is, I kind of save, everybody has a different process. But I'm in kind of, I'm finally kind of in the stage where I'm caring about grammar and punctuation and redundant word usage. So what I'm trying to do now is finally pay attention to the smaller things, because I don't burden myself with perfect punctuation and sentence structure whenever I know I might lose the chapter entirely, I might lose the paragraph entirely. I relieve that pressure and know I understand what stage I'm working in every step of the way. And I don't save the tiny little minutia until the end. And I'm really trying to get to the end of this. I've been working on this for a long, long time, not just on the stream, in life, and trying to get to a place where I feel really good enough to send it off and set it aside. Just let it be, right? And then, usually when you send things out to publishers or managers or agents or whatever it is, it's a long response time. You're talking 3 to 6 months, and not to mention, it's the holidays. If I were to put a pin in this thing today, nobody would read it until the new year anyway. So, here we go. Where was I? 2 days, Derek. What's it feel like? Thomas searched the shadows for the voice he recognized from a few nights ago. Widow Goodfellow. Like an inconvenience, Thomas replied smoothly. I had other plans. Rubbish! Widow Goodfellow cackled. Thomas grinned at her excitement. And here I thought I'd left you behind at that miserable tavern. From the gloom, her voice cried out, nearly threatening. Turns out I had a bit of business to attend to. Unlike you, I actually finished mine. Thomas was too tired for snappy replies. He was hungry and exhausted. He had to conserve his energy and figure out how to stay alive. Thomas flexed his fingers, staring at the small silver light slipping through a narrow gap in the bricks. 2 days. A lot could happen in 2 days. Thomas lay on his back, staring at the cracked ceiling, his hands resting on his chest as if already in a grave. The smell of mildew surfed the air and clung to the walls. The distant sound of iron doors opening and closing echoed through the corridors, followed by the occasional scream of a man who was either dying or wished he were dead already. This was the rhythm of Newgate. The sound of men unraveling. I don't know about the rhythm. The rhythm? Yeah, I guess the rhythm. But I think, wouldn't melody be a little bit more of a dichotomy? And I could say this, not this, but these were the melodies of Newgate, the sound of men unraveling. And it's thematic to something else in this chapter, or something else that happens in Newgate. Thomas is, there's a scene where we actually get to sing an old Elizabethan era song. Thomas inhaled deeply, forcing himself to stay in the present. He had never been much for thinking about the future before, but now... I kind of don't like this inhale deeply. Thomas forced himself to stay in the present. He had never been much for thinking about the future before, but now that he had one measured in hours, he found himself taking inventory of his regrets. He regretted the biscuits. That damned purchase haunted him. Had he gotten something heartier, maybe he wouldn't be feeling this wretched hunger. He had spent his stolen coin. Had he spent his stolen coin differently, maybe he could have bribed the right man. Maybe. Have fun, Mook. Have a good dinner. I'll see you soon. Just checking in on everybody else. Clundyman, Mealpha, Mookie, and Mookie's going to eat dinner, and Refoget 1256. Welcome. Hey y'all, welcome to the chat. To the stream. Maybe you're lurking. That's cool. I always appreciate the lurk. But also, if you want to introduce yourself, say hi, tell me what you're working on. Are you a writer? What are you interested in? Always excited to hear from new people. So thank you for being here. Let's see here. Where was I anyway, huh? The regrets of the biscuits. Oh, right. Okay, so at the top of this page. Then there were the bigger regrets, the ones that dug deeper than hunger ever could. He thought of Catherine, of her fury in the courtroom. He never intended to leave her humiliated. He had played the game as he always had, take what he could and slip out before trouble followed. But for once, he had underestimated the cost. He had stolen more than coin. He had stolen pride. Don't need that to be italicized. And now she had taken his in return. Much more, in fact. Much more, comma, in fact. His lips pressed together as he thought of Widow Goodfellow. He wasn't sure if she had gone mad or if she had always been that way. He closed his eyes briefly. Maybe he should have been a monk. A chuckle escaped his throat, hollow and dry. His own humor tasted bitter now, edged with something close to fear. It's overwritten. Don't even need it. We understand. I'm getting the context. He had survived everything until now. All these nows. Well, we know this. We know this because we read earlier chapters. Oh, first time in the chat, Clendyman. Hello. Just lurking for now, working on my fantasy novel outline. Wonderful. Excellent, excellent. Well, Clendyman, thank you for the lurk. Also, if you ever want to join our Discord and share your work, if you need help with anything, sometimes we set aside time during the stream to read, review, help, offer pointers if you ever need it. Often as writers, it's really, really hard to find people to read our work. Would you read my draft? Would you read my screenplay? Would you read my story? Sure, yeah, I guess. And oftentimes the people that we find to read our work are not really interested in helping us in the ways that we need to be helped, or knowledgeable enough to help us in the ways that need to be helped. So you have stumbled into a really wonderful writing community, and if you ever need help with work or want to share it or anything, I highly suggest joining the Discord. And so you just have another resource at your disposal. Also, be sure to go to my YouTube channel, like and subscribe. That would also really help me out as a person. I know I just gave you a bunch of stuff to do just for talking to me. Of course, it's dealer's choice. Just appreciate you being here. But I'll pin this to the top of my chat, just in case. Just in case you ever want to give me a like or follow or subscribe or whatever. I have all of my earlier live streams there, as well as short videos on tips and tricks on stuff and writing, just discussing writing, as well as longer videos where I go over cool writing exercises and I said that weird exercises, and we do logline sprints and character development sprints and scene sprints and just fun like little warm-ups that you could always check out if you're ever feeling stuck or need inspiration. Okay, enough about that. Thank you, Clendyman. I'm going to get back to reading now, and here we go. Where was I? Much more, in fact. His lips pressed together as he thought of Widow Goodfellow. He wasn't sure if she had gone mad or if she had always been that way. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. That means a lot. Thank you so much. The quiet of the dungeon was broken only by the distant sound of dripping water and the slow, rhythmic breathing of men who had long since given up. But Thomas had never been one to sit and wait for fate to take him. He rolled onto his side, scanning the dimly lit cell, his gaze settling on a loose stone in the floor. His pulse quickened. If he could dig it free, if he could find anything beneath it, a crack, a tunnel, anything, then maybe he had more than just 2 days to live. His fingers worked at the stone, nails scraping against the rough edges. Sweat beaded at his temple as he pried at it, his heart hammering at the thought of some hidden salvation beneath. After what felt like an eternity, the stone came loose with a quiet pop. He peered into the hole. Darkness, empty space beneath. His breath caught. A way out? Or was he just staring into another dead man's grave? From the opposite side of the cell, a voice rasped in the dark. That won't do ye any good. Thomas fell back, exhausted, his fingers tightening around the stone in his hands. He turned his head to see an old prisoner watching him from the shadows, his face half lit by the weak moonlight streaming through the barred window. His expression was a mixture of amusement and pity. Many've tried before ye, the old man continued, and yet here we remain. Thomas clenched his jaw, but didn't stop. He picked up the stone and banged it against the shackles at his wrists. The clanging echoed through the dungeon halls, a desperate metallic prayer. The snores of his cellmates deepened, some stirring, but none bothering to acknowledge his efforts. The old prisoner shook his head. Save your strength, lad. He'll need it. Thomas stopped, breathing heavily, his wrists aching from the repeated impact. He slumped back against the wall, the stone slipping from his grasp. I have survived the streets, starvation, the scorn of nobles. I've clawed my way up from nothing. The old man chuckled. You're still nothing, just a beggar. Thomas turned to face him, eyes burning. I'm a survivor. I capitalized. I will be damned if I ended it. If I end at the gallows 'cause of some wench. From the darkness, Widow Goodfellow gave a chilling laugh. Thee mocketh the wrong man, widow. Thee mocketh the wrong man, widow. Oh, right, yeah. There was a time where I was trying to do true Elizabethan English, like Shakespearean language, and so... But then I realized I'm trying to get a four-quadrant audience. Well, it won't be four-quadrant because of the violence, but at least three. And I don't want it to go down to one quadrant just because I decided to be a little extra pretentious. It just doesn't fit. So I have to make these adjustments along the way as well. You mock the wrong man, widow, Thomas snarled. Death cares not who thee is. Oh, the old print. Death. He's kind of... Death cares not who you are. You are, thee is. See, that's how the Elizabethan would be. It cares not for our wishes. We are but a jest. Thomas's gaze flicked Thomas observed the dark stains along the dungeon floor, marks left by desperate men who had come before him. His fists clenched. No. If this is an internal thought, I italicize this. He would not be just another name, another stain on the floor of this place. Not another name, but he would not be just another stain on the floor of this place is the sentiment. With renewed determination, he picked up the stone again and started pounding at his shackles, each strike a defiance. Let's see. Ignore. Defiance against the fate others had written for him. Outside, The full moon cast its cold light over the grim fortress as the distant, relentless clanging of stone against iron echoed into the night. Time was cruel indeed. It was too long when he was down on his luck, and too short when he needed it most. No one was coming for him. He had no family, no last-minute pardon, no stroke of fortune. His body ached from hunger, from exhaustion, from the countless hours of being nothing more than another rotting soul. He hoisted himself up to a sitting position, the sweat from his hands streaking across the stone floor. The loose stone he had fought so hard to pry free mocked him now. It led nowhere. I don't think a stone leads anybody anywhere, nor was he expecting it to. We already know. Don't need that either. He closed his eyes and exhaled sharply, the shackles on his wrists, the cold stone against his back. It all felt heavier and colder than before. A laugh rasped from across the cell block. What a good fellow. All the effort, and still here ye sit. All that effort. And you are still here, she crooned. Did you? I gotta get rid of the old English. Did you truly think the walls would open just for you? Chains. Did you truly think the chains would open just for you? Thomas's throat was as dry as sandpaper. Aye, he murmured, voice harsh. And I still do. A rattling cough echoed from a neighboring cell. The old prisoner, the one who had warned him, now only chuckled. That's the trouble with the likes of you, lad, he said, always thinking you got more moves left than the board allows. Thomas let out a slow breath, staring up at the cracks in the ceiling. He had always found a way out, always. But this, there was no alley to slip down, no guard to bribe, no clever tale to spin. It's quiet tonight, ain't it? Widow Goodfellow's voice cut through the stillness again, softer now. Thomas's fingers curled into fists. Too quiet. Because this was it. No more tricks. No more escapes. He wasn't just caught. He was condemned. A flicker of something cold settled in his gut. It wasn't fear. It was knowing. For the first time in a very long time, he felt tears form in the ducts of his eyes. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt this helpless, this hopeless. Perhaps it was when he was a young boy and he had woken on the street, his mother frozen to death, her arms wrapped around him in a futile attempt to keep him warm. Nothing in life had struck him with such sadness until now. He had thrown away the life she died protecting. One more day. In one more day, he would be joining her, and then he would have to explain how he squandered the life she had died to protect. He wiped the tear away, smearing rime across his cheek. Let's see. He had thrown away the life she died protecting. Is the same as, and then he would have to explain how he squandered the life she had died to protect. I don't like this insinuating in the afterlife, maybe, and just joining her period. And I'll get rid of it here. He wiped the tear away, smearing grime across his cheek. For the first time in his life, Thomas had nowhere to run. I feel like that was the same up here. Almost feels like if I do want to end it here, I need to chunk these like sentences together. Okay. So maybe I'll reread that and see how it flows. Rolling Hand, what's up? Welcome to the stream. It's nice to have you here. Very cool, very cool. Roland, if you happen to be a writer or something, let me know. Just always interested in seeing like who is in the chat. If you are a writer, if you're a screenwriter, novelist, poet. We also have a Discord, which you can join. Oh, and you know what? I'll go ahead and put the Discord link in as well. Sorry, chat. I was telling people to join the Discord and I didn't give anybody a link, just like a fool. Invite people. Rolling Hand. This is a Discord if you ever want to join it to share your work. It's always hard to find a writer community of people who can like read your work and give you honest feedback or just kind of talk about writing and share stuff, you know. You can even just see on the Twitch page in the Twitch categories that the reading and writing community is kind of small. We're tiny but mighty. But you found us, so glad to have you here. Also, Rolling Hand, if you want to lurk, also fantastic too. I see that you subscribe with Prime, but for anybody else, it also really helps me out if you go to my YouTube channel. I pinned the link at the top of the chat, and you like, subscribe, join there. There you get access to previous streams where we've worked on writing beforehand and short videos that I make for just quick pieces of writer's advice or inspiration. And also I have longer videos where I do logline sprints, character sprints, original character creations, talk about conflict and irony on a longer, larger scale. That stuff comes out every Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, maybe. I forget how I scheduled it, but always nice to have more subscribers if you can join. Cool. All right, let's keep going here. I want to reread this because I moved the sentence around because I'm trying to pair like sentiments together. And then also, it's the end of the chapter, so I want to maximize its impact. So we go, it's a quiet night tonight, ain't it? Widow Goodfellow's voice cuts through the stillness again, softer now. Thomas's fingers curled into fists. Too quiet. Here, I think, honestly, maybe I want to do the opposite, right? Like a, Thomas's fingers uncurled from fists. From fists. It's almost like the surrender, right? It's almost the tiredness, the achingness. He's been up all night. He pried a stone loose from the store and has been striking at his shackles all night. Rolling Hand says, I don't really call myself a writer, but I do write. On chapter 46 in my first novel right now and doing other projects at the same time. Oh, okay. Well, Rolling Hand, if you're on chapter 46, Congratulations, buddy. You're a writer. I think you should own it, personally. Uh, I think a lot of us probably have that imposter syndrome where people say, well, oh, you're a writer? Well, what have you written? It's like, well, I'm working on my novel, or I've written screenplays, but you can't go to the store and buy my screenplay, right? You submit it into competitions, you get these awards, you write these short stories, whatever it may be. Um, but we should own the title of writer earlier, I think, and start like really stepping into our ownership because there's so few of us. I mean, the community seems big because we try to connect with other writers and follow other writers. Um, but the truth is like you can go and look at the amount of people on reading and writing on Twitch in the Twitch category versus, oh, the in real life or the video game one or even art or music. And, you know, our numbers are, like I said, our numbers are smaller than you think. So we're glad to have you here. And you are a writer. I'm going to call you a writer. You may not call yourself a writer, but roll in hand, congrats, you are. And happy to know another writer. So thanks for being on the stream. Okay, so let's look at this note that I gave myself. The reader may be confused to see Widow Goodfellow in prison without an explanation upon her introduction. Okay, so this is an important piece of information because of why Widow Goodfellow is in prison will be the reason that Thomas has a chance at mercy/salvation. I am going to keep this note. I'm gonna move forward a little bit because I know I've already mentioned it in a later chapter. 1 second. This is, we go back to Robert Devereaux planning the coup. Here. Maybe I should just read this thing. But basically, Widow Goodfellow killed the executioner. Now they don't have anyone to perform executions. She killed the executioner because the executioner killed her husband, thus making her a Widow Goodfellow. So what I'm looking for is whenever I explain this to Devereaux, which gets explained to him, and I also have a note to myself here to get to bring back Thomas Derrick's sailing past to reinforce why Devereaux chooses him. Where? I know I've done this work before. Maybe I'll just do a find and replace real quick. Quick find Widow. Dang, it took me to 77? So I don't mention her again. Interesting. Okay, I'm learning some stuff about my own project. I thought I had this. I could have sworn I had this. So maybe I can't move on from this chapter quite yet until I add Why Widow Goodfellow. Today's Derek, what's it feel like? Widow Goodfellow. So I don't need this if I am about to. This is a poor substitution for what the audience needs to know. I'm going to bold it most likely because I need to get rid of it. So let me unbold and start. Goodfellow. Wait, he saw Widow Goodfellow. Da, da, da. Basically gets arrested the next morning. Prison. How long before Thomas went to trial? Um, I don't know where to put this. She mm, wonder how maybe how people actually die. Like women have a tendency to poison their victims, so I wonder if like so I'm gonna use this to. I'm going to research like what common ways to poison people during Elizabethan England might have been, right? And so this is a great resource for chat for like for being historically factual in a pinch without having to lose the pacing of the editing. But earlier in the story, I simply just said that she had killed the executioner that murdered her husband. But since I'm the narrator telling this from a limited point of view, I know what the city of London knows as the narrator. And so if she's in jail, then we kind of know some more specifics, and we can. It's better to be specific than it is general, to add a little bit of life to our character, and also allows us to make more thematic choices. And there is death and murder and execution all over this book. So let's tell the story of how another way, out of the many ways that people die in Elizabethan England. Let's see. Let's see what it comes up with. Yeah, it's tough, right? How do we? Because there's a tight turnaround in time too. We have to consider the timeline. The timeline is that we saw Widow Goodfellow the very same night Thomas ran to the brothel. He stayed overnight, and in the next morning, he was caught and arrested. And then there's a few days in there between jail and courtroom hearing where Widow Goodfellow could also have been performed the deed, been caught, sentenced, and thrown into Newgate. Newgate was the prison that they most likely would have been in at the time. And I believe it was torn down. You can't go to Newgate anymore, but you can go to the spot where it was. Let's see. Let's see. What was believable to Elizabethan history? Interesting. Many sudden deaths were recorded by coroner's jury as God's visitation for natural causes, or ague or surfeit, fever or overindulgence. Oh, overindulgence. Interesting. It makes me think of that Game of Thrones situation where the little Joffrey guy was nearly forcing someone to drink all of that wine before they made him stop, pouring all that wine down his throat. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Maybe bad ale. Oh yeah, this is the thing that I've been struggling with chat and talking about it with like even historical executions, is that it doesn't like to tell me too much about murder. So chat's like, well, I can't tell you how to poison someone. Hmm. I'm trying to type something that allows me to ask it about Elizabethan poison in a way that tells it I'm not going to use it. I just need to know what people used, maybe? Or, let's see. Okay. What did I put so far? Okay, okay, all right. So hopefully all these like little caveats that I have to prompt chat with just to tell me uh, what kind of poison. I wonder what Google would have turned up anyway. Sometimes arsenic. Hmm. Oh, but see, I like the even the most common was white arsenic, a tasteless, odorless powder, easily slipped into food. But other potent substances like belladonna, aconite, monk's hood, even common items like lead in makeup were also used. Poisons often surface from plants like hemlock, henbane. Hemlock makes me think of like witchiness. Ooh. The monk's hood and wolfsbane is a plant-based poison known for causing madness, seizures, and rapid death. Used for execution or as a fast-acting agent. Belladonna, the deadly nightshade, capable of inducing dead sleep, madness, or death, depending on the dose. So it's almost like Widow Goodfellow was seen luring the man who executed her husband into her home, and no one knows exactly what transpired between the evening hours. But when his body was found, it was gray. His skin was pale gray. There was froth and spittle around his mouth, and remnants of nightshade in his teeth. I don't think she got him to eat the plant. Probably put it in his. How would they know? How would they know? How would they know it was poison? Is the big question. Hmm. Okay. So we're getting close. We're getting close. Chat just thinks I must be a murderer and doesn't want to tell me anything about poison. So, but I've already kind of worked it out. All I really needed, I got from Google. Surprise, surprise. The white arsenic, the belladonna, or the wolfsbane. I've heard of wolfsbane before. It kind of makes me think of like fantasy fiction, but I also like the idea of using the belladonna just because it's the, pretty lady. And that we have, it seems like the appropriate choice for Widow Goodfellow at this time, I must say. So I think I'm going to use the belladonna. And we'll just kind of, because I kind of need to write my own 3-act story here. So what I'm going to do is kind of give myself a little space in my chapter. Like I'm going to write my new little story of Widow Goodfellow there in this little section. And okay, Drowning Devil. Oh, also Drowning. I know if you don't want to like sub to the Twitch stream, you can avoid ads by always watching me on the YouTube channel. And I have put a link at the top of the chat. I pinned a link to the top of the chat. And that doesn't have any ads on it. If you want to watch over there, both are available to you. Be sure to like and subscribe if you go to the YouTube channel. I use all the help I can get. So, Drowning Devil, just to recap for everybody, let's write the reasoning for Widow Goodfellow being in Newgate, so the reader doesn't have to guess why she's there or think why. It's just a piece of critical information. So. She had sought out the man behind the executor's mask and lured him to her home. I think we know with the promise of a hot supper. Hmm. The past inside is still being argued over. Here's what we're missing. We need a reason for someone to find that body in the home, right? So, in Elizabethan England, what's a good reason for somebody to come a knocking, right? I'm thinking like early morning delivery, you know. Um, they're like, in a time period, in a different, it's a different culture, right? And I can remember uh, the tip of the end of this culture being born whenever I was born. There was a time whenever you got excited that somebody would knock on your door. Oh my God, who's coming to visit me? Um, in a time of no internet, of being highly social creatures in a big city full of obligations, I'm thinking like, is there like a milkman, right? And I don't know if there's like a milkman in Elizabethan England, but oh, you know what else? The landlord. There's like always a landlord. That's true. That's honestly that might be the answer. I mean, the reason that we're kind of in that Thomas is in the position that he's in is because of the poor laws enacted by Henry VIII and the resulting the Black Plague resulting in laborers getting kicked off of farms in favor of sheep because Elizabethan England was cheaper to raise sheep and sell textiles to stay afloat than it was to keep up with agriculture. So that makes me think it should be a landlord like pressing her for the rent. Not to mention this wife's uh, husband was executed, so there is the potential that she didn't have the money to pay the rent. So we can kind of craft a little, how little sentences, because this is not her story, but how few sentences can we craft the idea that Widow Goodfellow, kind of driven mad by grief or driven to vengeance by grief, um, found the person who executed her husband, lured him back to her house under the guise of like a nice supper, poisoned him, and then was discovered in the morning when the landlord came to press her for rent. And then maybe knocking on the door, peering through the door, something like that, saw the body. We'll use the God's visitation thing that we learned earlier about like whenever the coroner examined the body. And it's just they maybe because it is poison. That's the what like. There's a reason people use poison is because it doesn't seem like detectable at first. You can't just make this guy eat belladonna, or maybe he was dumb. I don't know, but it could just be the circumstances of it too. Like, well, there's no wounds. Could just be inference. Inference. Dropped dead after a meal. Maybe she's there on suspicion. Maybe that's it. So Okay, I have got to get something else to drink, and then I'm gonna write this fucking short little story. How's everybody in the chat doing? My goodness. Most likely gonna delete these. What passed inside is still being argued over. But what brought... This is bothering me because I have to understand who is speaking in the story. And right now, I am a limited third person. I'm a third person, limited, omniscient narrator. That means I know a lot, but I don't know everything. I know what the town knows. I can't tell you what I can't tell you. And this would only be the beginning of Thomas's troubles, right? Because I'm limited omniscience. I don't know if this is the beginning of Thomas's troubles or not, right? We're kind of just... So, with that being said, I don't like this line either. Don't like it. Okay. Just called an audible. So let's just, we already decided. Just do it. Just write it. She had sought the man out behind the executioner's mask and lured him to her home with the promise of supper. The next morning was rent day, and her landlord had been I was going to say rapping at her. How do I say rapping? The knocking. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Been rapping at her door. Since dawn. Calling her name. Suspecting mischief. Or a dodged payment. The bar, her door was lifted with a pry. He discovered the city's hangman slumped over his bowl. The cup overturned beside his head. Something like that. Let's read it. The widow Goodfellow had been in prison not long before Thomas had went to trial. She had sought out the man behind the executioner's mask and lured him to her home with the promise of a hot supper. The next morning was rent day, and her landlord had been rapping at her door since dawn, calling her name. Suspecting mischief or a dodged payment, the bar of her door was lifted with a pry. He there in her home. The city's hangman was discovered. Slumped over a bowl. A cup overturned beside his head. So, and then it's the evidence. How do we know that they were poisoned? They don't really, but it was in Widow Goodfellow's house. And it's poisoning in Elizabethan times comes from inference. Not poisoning, but the accusation of poisoning comes from inference. So, how about this? It's not just one person. Jury of coroners viewed the body where it lay. And it's the lack of stuff, right? Usually I don't like to do this. There is a time and a place for it, and it's kind of now, where you don't want to say what something is not, right? But we're kind of understanding that this is an investigation. This makes, to me, it makes sense to be like there was no signs of a fall, no signs of a struggle, no wounds or gashes, no bruises, scrapes, cuts. Okay, so that's how you infer something. So no wound, no fall, no sign of struggle. Had seemed that he had simply eaten item for supper. Can I say supped? Supped, laughed. I don't know how to laugh, but I just kind of want to give him like a life. Supped. And killed over. Is it killed over or keeled over? I think it's keeled. That's what I'm keeled over. Keeled over. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Perfect, I say. I mean, it's fine. It'll do. One coroner swore the cup held a strange reek. Something like that. Okay, let me read this. Let me see how I feel. The widow Goodfellow. Thomas searched the shadows for the voice he recognized from a few nights ago, but it hasn't been a few nights ago because there was a court trial. That rang familiar. The widow Goodfellow. Rubbish, the widow Goodfellow cackled. Rubbish. Rubbish, she cackled. Rubbish. Murder, she wrote. Rubbish, she cackled. What? The widow Goodfellow had been in prison not long before Thomas had went to trial. She had sought out the man behind the executioner's mask and lured him to her home with the promise of a hot supper. The next morning was rent day, and her landlord had been rapping at her door since dawn, calling her name. Suspecting mischief or a dodged payment, the bar of her door was lifted with a pry. There, in her home, the city's hangman was discovered, slumped over a bowl, a cup overturned beside his head. A jury of coroners viewed the body where it lay. No wound, no fall, no sign of struggle. It had seemed that he had simply supped, then keeled over. One coroner swore the cup held the strange reek of belladonna. Right, that's what we wanted to put in there. That's what all this was about. Now, Newgate held her with the rest of London's worst. Thomas grinned at her excitement, and here I thought you left it in the miserable tavern. Too much time has passed. From the gloom, her voice cried out. Turns out a bit of... Don't care about that either. We just told that story. Thomas was too tired for snappy replies. He was hungry and exhausted. He had to conserve his energy to figure out how to stay alive. Okay, cool. So I took my note and I fucking fixed it. Boom. That's how you do that. What time is it? 3? Oh my god! It's 3 o'clock, y'all. Wow. We got a lot of chapters done. Very proud of us. I'm gonna see Dead Man, chapter 8, and just making sure numbering these chapters. Chapter 8, chapter 9. I like to spell out the 9. I don't know why that's there. Just doing it all. Okay, cool. Do a little edit line here. I always put my edit line. This is where I stopped, so I know where I should keep going. I'm on chapter 9, The Dead Man Returns. I'm saving my work. Always save your work, please. And, okay, so look, while I take a 10-minute hydration, bathroom break, I think you all should do the same. And when we come back, we are going to do our digital writer's room, one of my favorite activities here. Let me check the chat here. Gotta ban somebody, and then also, hey, Jack of all, and for offering me cheap viewers. Get out of here. Jack of all, yeah, keeled. Yeah, sorry. Was the bowl empty, or had he died mid-meal? Belladonna might be more specific than necessary, given the air of mystery you're going for. Oh, yeah, that's true, too. I just like how thematic it is to the story. We had earlier chapters where Widow Goodfellow was being more or less hit on at the most inopportune time, right after the death of her husband by our anti-hero protagonist. So I don't know. I like the insinuation of maybe the reek of belladonna, um, but it's honestly either here nor there. Uh, just a little additional way to clue the reader in and make sure that they're continuing with the story as opposed to going, why is Widow Goodfellow there, right? But I like the specificity you have. Was the bowl empty or had he died mid-meal? I like the idea of that, well, if you're talking about the air of mystery, then maybe there's nothing left in the bowl, right? If there's nothing left in the bowl, then there's no evidence to examine. So that could help us out. Now let's put an empty bowl there. Here, I still have my work up. Let's see. Where was that? I did all that stuff at the top here. Oh, that's sentencing a scoundrel. We already did the sentencing. Oh, so I even put my edit line in the wrong place. I'm glad we did this. Let's see. Where is the Widow Goodfellow? She's up here somewhere. Slumped over an empty bowl, a cup overturned beside his heads. Excellent. Oh, Jack of all. Also, I was taking your advice. I like the belladonna because it means pretty lady and in Italian, and it fits the thematics of Widow Goodfellow from earlier chapters. I know you joined a little late, but she's a beautiful woman who was hit on at an inopportune time by our anti-hero protagonist. Excuse me. So I like the specificity of that, and also the reeking of it is not necessarily the true evidence of it. But I like your suggestion about the empty bowl to maintain a mystery, right? Like, smells faintly of something strange, like belladonna, but there's no physical evidence left. The bowl is empty, so I went back and added the empty to it. Also, Jack of all, if you notice at the top of the chat, I've pinned the YouTube channel. On Twitch, if you like Twitch, you can always subscribe to get rid of ads. But if you want no ads, because I'm not going to really stop and wait for ads to play, you can also join my YouTube channel. Be sure to like and subscribe. There's no ads on that live streaming service over there. And also, you have reached a time where I have to take a break because I have to set up for our digital writer's room. So it's going to be a little 10-minute bathroom hydration break. Thank you so much for being in the chat. I hope you decide to stick around if you have the time, and then we're all going to write together. Okay, so with that being said, thank you so much for helping me and watching me write and edit the novel A Ropesman's Tale. We're on chapter 10 out of 30. We're doing a great job so far. Here we go for the hydration break. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes, okay?
Hey everybody, let's take a break. Get up and stretch your legs. Give your pet a scratch, drink some water. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes or so. The break is done. I hope you had some fun. I'm feeling great, can't procrastinate, 'cause I should be writing, so let's get back to the
Right? Not bad. Not bad puppetry at all, said the person in charge of it. Let's make a brand new writer's room board, y'all. We'll call this December 16th writer's room. And I'm going to change my screen. As soon as I find my freeform. All right. Really? I did this whole thing with no sound? Guys, come on. No, I always do this. This is so sad. It's okay though. Um, Yep. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ah, will I ever learn? No. Okay, real quickly, we're going to go till 5 in this writer's room. We're going to pitch a bunch of ideas. This is your stuff that you come up with in the middle of the night. Bust out your notes app. Go to your phone. Go find that notebook that you keep beside your bed. And let's bring all those ideas to the table. The idea is that we'll maybe make something in 5 pages or less. It can be 5 pages or less. It can be comedy, it can be romance, it can be Western, it could be a short, it could be an outline. I don't really care. All ideas are welcome. We're going to have maybe 8 to 10 on the board, and then we're going to do polls and try and figure out which one excites us the most, narrow down the ideas, pick one, and then we'll start outlining it, choosing the genre, choosing the framing devices, choosing writing an outline, giving it a small act 1, 2, and 3, and putting it down, and then start punching it up right until 5 p.m. And if we're not done, we'll come back the next week, we'll finish it. And if we are, then congratulations, then we finished something. Okay. Yeah, for the writing advice, not the technology. I know. Guys, I'm so bad with technology. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But look, glad to have you here, and we have some new people here. Roland Handimal and Jack of All and NATO. Hey, first time in the chat at 6:25 p.m. here. Okay, just so you're aware, I'm working on Pacific Standard Time, and it is 3:24 p.m. here. Okay, so we have some time. Here we have this big blank space, guys. It's time to start. It's time to go into the notes. It's time to tell me what you've been thinking about, the ideas that interest you. And sometimes it can just be an idea. It doesn't have to be fully formed. We can workshop it into an idea on the whiteboard. So let me just start from my notes. My goodness. I have notes from like 2014 on here. I'm looking. A lot of these notes I've given to myself are like movies you should watch, and I have not done this. I have a lot of like little one-liners that I thought might make good dialogue one day. That seem very pretentious now. Oh, we have I can't remember if we brought this up, but like I have a guy who keeps making random testimonials in the event of his death. He requests certain songs. Oh, I think we brought this up last time. It didn't make the cut. The anal retentive the guy who's like the anally retentive guy who's trying to organize his own funeral before it happens. But look, no, let's see. Let me check the. Okay, I thought we were going back in time. East Coast is the best coast. Okay, fine. I don't care. You can think that all you want to, guys. Online only, I'm firing like... Online only, I'm firing on like half a cylinder today. Is the chat supposed to be giving story ideas, or are we choosing between his? No, yeah, chat, you are in the writer's room. I'm going to ask you for solutions. I'm going to ask you for ideas. This is a really great way to just get involved and be a part of the process and take the, like I said, the intimidation out of being in a writer's room. If you haven't been in one, there's no training for it, right? You don't know what happens in a writer's room until you get hired. And a lot of people go, and in their first writer's room, they're quiet. They stand off to the side. They're defensive of their ideas. There's a lot of writer's room etiquette that you need to learn, like once you get into the room, like pitch, don't bitch. Don't say that you don't like something and leave it at that. You can say you don't like something, but you have to understand why you don't like something, and you also have to propose a solution to change it, even if your solution isn't great or the right solution, right? Also, don't keep repeating ideas that get shot down, right? It's all about finding ways to move forward and not trying find to ways to go back to serve your own intentions, right? It's about building ideas through compromise, realizing that you say something and it's the genesis of something that's better, and that thing gets turned into something else and something else and something else, and the releasing of an idea to the best idea of, the hive mind, as it would be. Jack of all said, I had a fun idea yesterday about a story starting the moment after the traditional rom-com Disney movie ends. Perfect. Excellent. Thank you so much. So we'll have our numbered list here. When the Disney movie rom-com ends. And already I can see a bunch of like fun ways to play with that. There's like a lot of Disney princesses, and then what do princesses do? Or if somebody gets married and like, but now we have to file for health insurance, and what do you mean you have debt? And wait, now that we're married, now I'm in debt too? Well, you need to find a job. Being a musician doesn't pay enough, this musician character from this movie, right? I think it'd be fun to get really specific with that, like which Disney movie, which rom-com would end up being the one hardest to reconcile with after the ending. As a writer of a romantic comedy movie, I'm interested in this idea, Jack of all. Mr. Tech has no bot for that command. I don't. Sorry. What is that? Stream Elements? Ugh. Okay, I'll figure it out one of these days. I'm very busy. As soon as I end this stream, I go and do more work. It's just never ending. Okay. I love it. NATO wants to keep their ideas? Cool. I like that as a sketch, honestly. I don't know why this is center justified, but a writer in a writer's room with who won't share ideas. Whoops. This is a very sensitive program here. Not justified. Okay. Let's see what else. I'm going to keep digging through notes here. I see I have a random one here. It's called The Matrix of Rollerblade Fighting. What does that mean? Oh, I have a pre-famous People Tonight show. The afternoon show, a prequel to everything. Set up clips like a real movie, but show... Wait, I have a guest. Treat everything with the gravity of being real with... So people who have like yet to be real, yet to become famous. And then I thought I could push it as far as like, so in the next year or two, you're gonna grow in the public eye. You're gonna walk some red carpets, and then you're gonna get in that nasty drug habit. And like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty inescapable. My father uh, never showed me attention or whatever. Saying it out loud, I don't like it. Vaguely Hercules coded with like a proper villain and external struggles, but Perry, we've known each other for like a week and now we're married. Yeah, yeah. So even like going back to this, you're thinking about what movie you might use specifically, right? Like Hercules. Okay, then we have let's see, what else? What else? Come on. Oh, alternatives to Shark Week. Like, what's the worst? What's the worst animal to have a week for? NATO. I can give you the first line of a discussion between friends. My idea was that at the end of the story, about 5 pages, we still don't know what they're talking about. Okay. At the beginning, I still don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Roland Hand says, two brothers grow up cycling, inherit gold watch from dying grandfather, become best in the world, 1 and 2, love each other like no other, tragedy, vow to destroy one another, lose watch, reconcile, ask for forgiveness, emotional ending, crying sorry, love you, love each other, find watch in a pawn shop, and Jack of all nailed it with hamster week. Hamster. I like the idea of treating hamster week with the gravitas of Shark Week. I'm going to try and summarize this roll in hand because we're going to have to vote on it later. So we'll do cycling. Well, let's try and get it down to like one sentence kind of a thing. Brother cycling drama. Okay. It's weird it's cutting off like that. Whatever. Okay, cool. That's why people still cite Shakespeare, Morrison, and Zillow, and Chio, and Garbler. Let me see. Interesting. Okay, so it almost makes me want to say that this is like, hey, inane dialogue. Inane dialogue. Almost like, but what makes the dialogue inane? It's almost like by pretentious people. Oops. Pretentious people. Inane dialogue by pretentious people goes nowhere. Kind of a situation. Okay. Let's keep going because I've absolutely had conversations with my dad where he full on had no idea what he was even talking about. I see. Okay. It could be an interesting exercise in writing stuff and trying to make something that sounds like it's irrelevant, but still doesn't make sense. And in some ways, there's like, there's gibberish, but there's also non sequitur, right? It's almost like, how do you make non sequitur? My struggle with that is that it seems like a lot would be on the acting and not the writing. The ability for two actors to communicate as if they're doing call and response using whatever sentences we give them. So, while I get the sketch, I don't know if it'd be fun for us to necessarily write. It would be a challenge. We could try it. We could always try it. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been proven wrong on here before. But I like it. Let's put it in there. Let me get my notes back up and see if I have any random other stuff. I had this idea of like this is an old one. This is like 2014. Jimmy Fallon does this thing where he talks about where he writes thank you notes. I was like, I have an idea for a thank you note in 2014, 10 years ago, you know. Thank you texting for relocating people's personalities to their thumbs. But what it does make me think is, what if uh, what if we did like some sort of thumb puppetry? Can you imagine people's thumbs with like little faces on them and their personalities are now on their thumbs? I don't know. I don't necessarily. Remember a writer's room, no bad ideas, we just have to do it. Let me check the chat. Give us the dystopian nightmare where an underground society crops up avoiding consumerism, where the AI have taken over both sides of the market and we're just chilling out trying to find humanity again as tech evolves in the background. Okay, how do I summarize this? Let's see. AI. So obsolete consumerism, and what do humans do now that we don't have to try and buy flat screen TVs on the Friday after Thanksgiving? Right? Is that, I think that's what it is. And if I'm wrong or if I misconstrued that, Jack of all, let me know. Mookie says, I'm not sure why, but a 5-page idea always makes me lean towards comedy. I think it takes more pages to really develop drama. Good writing will solve that problem. True. It almost makes me think, Mookie, should we try and do a drama? And I'll prove you wrong, because if you remember in Pixar's Up, the montage that made absolutely everyone cry happened in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Which should translate to roughly 4 pages of a screenplay. NATO 2303 says, man, dig for his time capsule of 20 years. Find one from 20 years in the future. That's cool. 20 years in the future time capsule. That's that sci-fi brain coming out. Jack of all says, the summary to that is we're now losing the chance to buy products to AI. This is real. The RAM situation is bonkers. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Sounds like a good Twilight Zone episode, Jack of all. Yeah, everybody's lighting up around that. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets voted. Okay. Here's the thing. Here, let me say this right now. 341. I want to spend as much time on this as possible. The polls on Twitch, they will. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm checking the. Um, checking on all this stuff. Okay. So the polls on Twitch, the polls on YouTube, they allow me to take votes on 4 things at a time. So let's do 8. And we're going to vote on the first crop of ideas, and we're going to do kind of like a round robin kind of tournament thing. So we're going to vote on Disney after the Disney rom-com movie ends. Writers in our writer's room who won't share ideas. Alts to Shark Week and the Brothers cycling drama. And then we'll vote on the next 4. I'm going to put this poll on both YouTube and Twitch. I'll make notes. And then we'll figure it out. It's going to be fun. I'm excited. It seems like we got a really vigorous group of writers here. So, let me see. What excites you the most? Like, what do you want to write the most? So, I'm preparing these polls after the rom-com Disney ends, or after the rom-com Disney ends. Sorry, I only have so many words here. Writer who won't share ideas. We have a brothers cycling drama. And we have inane, pretentious dialogue. Okay, so I'm gonna give 3 minutes on Twitch, and then I'm gonna jump over to YouTube, and I'm gonna set up the poll here too. Okay, what excites you to write the most? We have after the movie ends. We have writer won't share ideas. We have brothers cycling drama. We have pretentious inane dialogue. Okay, start that poll. Okay, we got polls running on both. I'm going to keep a tally here. This is where democracy is in action. I'm excited. I'm excited. See, guys, it's important to vote. Well, Jack of all, it's okay because everybody gets to vote on every segment, and it's also nice to support other ideas. Like if you had a close second, then yeah, honor somebody else's good idea. You know, it doesn't mean that yours won't get made. Everybody seemed pretty pumped about it. One on YouTube for after the movie ends. I guess if you guys wanted to double vote, you could also jump over to YouTube and vote for your thing too. Okay, we're like down to the last minute or so. We've got one over on YouTube and on Twitch. We've got two for writer who won't share. And one for brother cycling drama. Okay, okay, cool, cool, cool. All right, now it's time to do our second poll. Yes, exactly, exactly, Mookie, you get it, you get it. All right, let's do another poll. Let's do our last section of ideas here. What excites you the most? And then we'll do, you get, oh my God, I don't know how I did this. I skipped alts to Shark Week. Alts to Shark Week. How did I do that? Okay, alts, I'm sorry, I skipped it. And then thumb puppets. I hope nobody picks that one. I think it's kind of dumb, but it's my idea, so I could say that. Oh, obsolete consumers. And the 20-year future capsule. Okay, I'm going to put this on. Boom. Okay, it's on Twitch. I'm going to add it on what are you excited to write? We have alts to Shark Week. We have thumb puppets. We have obsolete consumerism. And we have 20-year future capsule. Okay, I got both going now. There we go. I know everybody's going to love 20-year future capsule. There we go. Oh my God, we got two for alts to Shark. Okay, it's running neck and neck. Let's see, alts to Shark Week. That seem to be the two competing ideas. Let me check YouTube. Alts to Shark Week, alts to Shark Week. Got one. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Right now it's tied. How many people do we have? Okay guys, this is crunch time. Okay, oh, thumb puppets? Oh man, come on, that didn't help me out at all. Okay, come on, y'all. So we have 10 people in the chat. So we have more than enough people to break this tie. I guess we have some lurkers. 5, 6. We have 3 other people in the chat who could, okay, somebody just in the chat just bailed out. They couldn't take the pressure. Okay, it's almost it might mean I have to do a third poll, but guys, we have to start writing this at some point. So I'm seeing 2 for alts. Oh, wait. And there's 1 on YouTube. So there's a total of 3 for alts to Shark Week. There is 3 for 20-year future capsule and 1 for thumb puppets. Okay, guys. Whenever it's tied like this, third and final poll. We gotta get out of polls soon. Final poll. Which do we write? Alts to Shark Week. Hamster Week, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then 20 years future capsule. Okay. I'm going to decrease the amount of time it's going to take. You got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm not going to take the YouTube poll. Well, I guess that's not fair. Okay, last one. What do we write? I'll do it on YouTube. So, to Shark Week and 20-year capsule. Bring it to the next stream, NATO. It's too late to throw a wrench into the works now. I like Roland Hand's idea. Combine them into one idea. So 20 years, and this guy goes digging in it for his old time capsule and finds one 20 years into the future, where it's just a DVD of his favorite show, which is Alts to Shark Week. Sharks are no longer popular. Now it's the hamster. And he just watches his Hamster Week show that he gets himself from the future. Is that what we're seeing? Yeah, writer gets lost in never-ending loop of Twitch polls. It feels like that. Come on, y'all. It's still tied? Somebody. It can't be me. I'm trying to be indifferent. I'm trying to... Oh, wait. There's one on YouTube. 20-year capsule. Okay, so... it looks like 20 years future capsule is going to be the thing. Okay. Poll is ending. Everybody else has voted. I love it. Okay. So, we will be writing 20 years future capsule idea. Excellent. I'm ending these polls. All right. Excellent idea. So, all done with this. Love throwing away a good piece of paper, huh? Makes me feel like a writer. So let's move this off to the side, and then let's start outlining our ideas. Guys, we need to decide our delivery system. So let's talk about genre. Let's talk about vehicle. And whenever I say vehicle, I mean the delivery system. Is it a documentary? Are we writing a short story? Are we writing... I like to try, because I do a lot of novel writing at the top of the stream, I do like to write things in screenplay format, so everybody gets a little bit of everything that they need, and hopefully came to the stream for. And then we'll talk about characters, and then we'll talk about our outline, right? We'll get to Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3. So let's start talking about this here. So guys, can I paste? Oh, sure. So this is going to be a man digging for his 20-year-old time capsule, discovers a time capsule from himself 20 years in the future. So fun, right? Oh, you didn't say from himself. Okay. From 20 years in the future. Okay. But hey, I mean, like, happy accidents. Is that a happy accident? Does anybody think it'd be interesting if this guy went digging and found a time capsule from himself 20 years in the future? Or if not, we need to decide who the time capsule comes from. And for our story ideas, we need to be asking the same questions that we always ask, right? What does our character want? What is their goal, right? What's at stake if they don't achieve it? Their goal is a little similar to their want, but I guess what I meant to say was their obstacle. It could be interesting. I mean, now that we're just kind of talking about it, Nato, I know you said you didn't say that, but sometimes like there are just those happy accidents. What we really have here is a potential for a man versus himself story. How does everybody else feel? Like, now is the time that the chat should really be lighting up. Any doubts, concerns, try and poke some holes into this. What would you like to see? What would you expect to see? I'll always guide the writing. I'll do the writing, sure. But this is really the time for participation and getting your hands dirty and involved and saying the wrong things and having the bad ideas so we can arrive at the good ones, right? Mookie says sci-fi Twilight Zone style would be one way. Comedy if the discovery lends itself to it. A drama pulling at the heartstrings if it were sorrowful in some manner. Okay, now that's all true. That is all true. However, that doesn't help us narrow it down, right? Like, what is the strongest choice, or what are you most excited to write out of all of that stuff? So let's talk about what our character wants. Maybe that will inform whether it's a comedy, a drama, or something sci-fi. Guys, pitch me ideas. What does this character want? Is he going through something in his life? We keep saying he. It could be a she, of course. Let's say they are going through something in their life. Maybe they just recently went through a really bad breakup and they need to get back in touch with themselves. So I'm going to dig up this time capsule that I gave myself 20 years ago as a way of like reclaiming my identity, my lost inner child, right? Or did they? So also sometimes people dig up things on the anniversary. Maybe everything is going well for these people and the time capsule is the inciting incident, or they think maybe they're under a false victory right now. Maybe they think they have the job that they want, the family that they want, and they go back to the time capsule and read about where they hoped they in their future would be, and it's not what they had envisioned themselves for themselves 20 years ago. Hold on, I have to. Everybody think about this. I have to bribe my dog with treats right now. Sorry. Okay. Come here, sugar. Come here, sugar. Let's see. Let me catch up. Sure, I was brainstorming with myself if I were to write it myself. The idea is ripe for possibilities. Yeah. We start listing out the possibilities, right? We know it's a good idea. What if this happens? What would you like to see? What would hook you in as an audience member? Roland Hand says, I don't know, but my idea would be that he buried it as a kid and that house was sold and he comes back renting a room in the house. He rents the room because he wants to dig in the backyard when the homeowners are away. Hey, that's awesome. That's fantastic. So I like that Act 1 we have a mystery of a man familiar, overly familiar with a rental home, unpacks a bag of equipment for digging. And this is a really great subversion, right? Like if we write it a little bit more dramatically, we probably think that maybe there's a body buried in the backyard or like some stolen money. And then we have this moment where he digs up a time capsule and it's actually sentimental. That could be really clever. I like that. That would end up belonging in our Act 1 as an introduction of a mystery, I think. I think that belongs in Act 1, if we decide to keep it. Great idea, Roland Hand. Jack of all says, sorry about that, birthday boy came home with pizza. Oh, psh. What are you doing writing when there's pizza in the room? Please, Jack of all. Twist. It has their father's watch in it because the father's going to die and they have to stop it. And they know because there's an RIP inscription. Okay. So, I wonder if that belongs in a setup as well. It makes me feel like it's Act 2 because once we get into the inciting incident would be that this guy discovers his time capsule is from the future. Hold on, let me think about this. Let me think about the chronology here. Because maybe half belongs in Act 1 and half of your idea belongs in Act 2. The twist is that it has a father's watch. Then maybe it's Act 2. Has father's watch. And they have to stop it. Is a setup. They have to stop their father's death. And then Act 3 would be, do they stop their father's death? I'm not really sure how that fits into the future, coming back, like to the present. I'm not, but we'll figure it out if it ends up making sense. Okay, love it. Broke and buried a rare Pokemon card. I like the idea. Has father's watch. Has Pokemon card. Rare, valuable. Being broke is part of the setup. Okay. I think the time capsule changes everything, but when it becomes apparent, I think the time capsule changes everything, but when it becomes apparent, will change the character's wants, and needs. I see it as he considers it an omen, works hard to avoid the fate, but avoiding it actually causing it, you cannot outsmart fate. Okay, so we kind of have like a little monkey paw, snake eating its tail, self-fulfilling prophecy situation. But can you clarify, Mookie? Like, you think that, so he's going to see, sorry, let me put this up here. Or I'll put this off to the side, kind of. So you see it as, I see what you're talking about. But you think that, so you're saying that when you think he discovers the time capsule, it's like the inciting incident. And that's actually part of the idea, right? Act 2 is discovers the time capsule is from 20 years in the future. If it is from, I have a plot hole question. I'll put it over here for us to answer. If the time capsule is from 20 years in the future, you see where I'm going with this? How does he know where to dig for it now? That's a question we probably need to answer as well, huh? Let me see. Jack of all. Then maybe he buried his pet hamster and has developed a serum to bring it back, then discovers a body and accidentally makes a zombie instead. I don't know. I've lost the plot. You're just trying to shoehorn in a hamster. But I like the idea of maybe a hamster being in there. Well, I guess, how recently did that hamster die? Maybe he's burying. That would be something. Potentially Act 1 discovers time capsule while burying pet hamster. Right? That could be a reason why it's happenstance. That could be a reason to solve if the time capsule is 20 years from the future, how does he know where to dig for it now? He stumbles upon it upon accident. We'll figure it out, though. Guys, if he finds the box early, it's one story. If he finds it at the end and the capsule is the final twist, it's another. That is true. That is true. But here's what I'll say. I'd rather discover the capsule early, because here we have our log line. A man digging for his 20-year-old time capsule discovers a capsule from 20 years in the future. That's what we call the promise of the premise. One of the most enticing parts of the story would actually be, well, what happens? So this happens, and then what happens? Right? Otherwise, we've just said the ending, and you go, well, then what happens? And you're like, nothing. If he found the time capsule 20 years in the future, well, what's in it? I don't know. He just found the time capsule from 20 years in the future. We need to kind of move past the sale and deliver on the promise of the premise. Let's see. He was looking for his own, right? Okay, so answers are by accident, looking for his own. We have same place he buried it as a kid, or maybe his grandparents did. Oh, like, okay, so looking for his own is the same place as kid, but like grandparents had a time capsule. Be interesting. So like with this, that's an interesting twist, right, Mook? Imagine if he digs up his grandparents' time capsule and finds out that they were from the future, time travelers. And then we understand, like, oh my God, they came back in the past to have a life because the future's so bleak. That would be very Black Mirror, um, cool, dystopian, sci-fi, right? I actually like that a lot. I'm gonna just give it a little bold because I have a little preference for that being the twist. Um, Jack of all says trying to make callbacks from. Oh yeah, Jack of all's chaotic evil over here. Roll in hand. I get it. We just went down two different paths. Yours is not wrong. It just put me in a different mindset. I don't know if we said dark comedy. I think we're still figuring it out based on like the best story. We're gonna figure out if what the best genre to tell this is. Like, what's the most compelling story? So far, I think some of my favorite things are I'm drawn to, and all writers are different. It's gonna be subjective, but in a writer's room, eventually everybody has to bow to the showrunner. I'm not saying bow to me. I'm just saying somebody has to pick up all the ideas and point them in a singular direction and say, this is what we're doing from now on. This is the show. And for everybody else who had different ideas, it's time to put those aside and it's time to concentrate on this show's voice. This is the direction we're heading in. I liked somebody else's idea. I forget who gave it. A mystery of a man overly familiar with the rental home unpacks a bag of equipment for digging. And I like the idea that he could be looking for his grandparents' time capsule at a place that he used to live, and that he discovers that the time capsule, once he finds it, is actually a time capsule for 20 years in the future. We're still kind of missing an Act 3, and we're still kind of missing what this character wants and what their obstacle is. Right now, their obstacle could just be, hey, I don't have access to the yard from my childhood home, so I can't dig this up. His obstacle might be the people renting the house. That could be inherent, but it's more like the character wants the time capsule. That's kind of clear if we just tell a singular straight down the line story. But what we're really missing now, and what will help clarify our Act 3, is this question. What's at stake if they don't achieve it? What happens if they don't get the time capsule? Let's see. NATO, if pet hamster burial, there's a kid. If pet hamster burial, there's a kid. Oh, I see. In the mix. Yep. There's a kid in the mix if he's burying the hamster. Double twist. There's a ticking clock in the capsule. Nothing happens when it reaches 0 and his mental state deteriorates. I like the idea of a ticking clock, but I would just push you to say, I would just urge you to think of a choice stronger than nothing happens. Something happens. Otherwise, why tell the story? You know? He goes nuts trying to figure out what it did. Okay. But remember, we're going to be doing this in like under 5 pages. It would be nice to have I think it'd just be nice to have a resolve, Jack of all. NATO 2303 obstacle. Opening it without destroying what's inside. That's an interesting thing. I like the idea of playing with that too. Has to open it without destroying what is inside. Okay, and also, let me shrink this down. Our ideas are getting big. Also, what's inside? Y'all, what is inside? What is inside? This will be directly influenced, y'all, by trying to answer this question. What's at stake if they don't achieve their goal? What is at stake if they don't achieve their goal? Mama, what's up? We're doing a little digital writer's room. I'm walking everybody through a really cool story. I don't know if you can see it right here, but whoops, pardon me. We did a bunch of polling, suffered through a bunch of polling, and came up with a little short idea. A man digging for his 20-year-old time capsule discovers a time capsule from 20 years in the future, right? So, guys, it's starting to feel like more sci-fi than any other genre. So, with genre, I'm going to say sci-fi, I'm going to say drama. I'm going to call it, because we have to get to writing. And then I'll say, like, a la Black Mirror, Twilight Zone. Whoops. Right, so that's going to be the style that we're approaching. We're finding the voice. The vehicle is going to be 5-page short screenplay. It's going to be in the style of a screenplay. Like if we could put this on screen, I think it'd be interesting. So far we have one main character and two supporting. Let's go ahead and get specific with them. Let's give me this character's name and then give me the name of the maybe the couple that's an Airbnb owner, or it could be one. We can keep it tight. It's just a guy coming in to stay at a room at an Airbnb in a house he used to live at, and it's owned by this other, you know, I say guy, but I'm really meaning they, anybody. Could be a couple, could be somebody older, younger. Let's start adding specifics. Let's make this dynamic really, really interesting. And if we're smart about it, the supporting character will somehow tie back into our storyline. Jack of all says, I understand the principle of Chekhov's gun. It was just supposed to be a subversion of expectation. Oh, wait. I'm too far down into the chat. I need to read in order. Okay, in order. I thought he'd buried his own capsule and found that it had been replaced by one from the future. That's possible. It's very possible. It's very possible. All of these are ideas. We haven't locked in on anything yet. So far, what I have like made an executive decision on is our genre and our vehicle and our characters. This other stuff that I've bolded, I kind of like, but we're still flexible. Derek, I'd love your thoughts on the next prompt challenge. Let me know if I could send. Yeah, send me anything, man. Send me anything. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, send me whatever you want. Okay, okay. Thoughts on the next prompt challenge. All right, we'll do that. The capsule opens when he says out loud in frustration what his grandfather used to say. Voice activated. Oh, okay, okay. Time capsule opens with voice activated phrase from grandfather. Could be a way. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Okay, so what else? I understand Fallout And the fallout of what he does when he goes nuts makes the whole thing feel like there's a reaction to the action, if any of that makes any sense. Jack of all, I'll be honest with you, it doesn't make sense to me quite yet, but also have mercy on my brain because I'm fielding a lot of opinions and ideas. So if it's still making sense to you, it might be interesting for you to just help me clarify what you mean by just being more specific, or even giving me a couple sentence examples of like how you see it playing out. The capsule was traveling back in the past to his grandfather. Together is something inside that the grandfather couldn't bring with him. Oh, interesting, interesting. Okay, what's inside? Something the grandfather couldn't bring with him. That kind of says that maybe the grandfather maybe had like a mysterious death, but his body was never found, or essentially they went back to the future, right? So maybe the grandfather isn't dead. If that's the case, we can have. I would dare say to everybody, why not make it the father, and we can have a father-son relationship, and the son, who is here to dig up his father's time capsule from 20 years ago, is looking for answers, and he thinks his father has died or abandoned the family, but really his father went back to the future. And the causation of that is that he wanted to raise his son in a time where he could live a full life before the destruction of the world, right? Like that could be, and that then we will redeem his father, right? Then it's like, oh, father didn't leave me, he couldn't stay, but he gave me my chance at life. And in that way, you can kind of find forgiveness in this little backyard, which I think would be a really sweet. I think it would be really sweet, a really sweet ending to a sci-fi tale. How does everybody feel about that little brainstorm of mine? You won't have time for this twist, but the homeowners are the grandparents as a young couple. Trying to think about how that. I'll make the note. I'm trying to think about how that might logically work in the. Time is timey-wimey. I'll make a little post-it note. I'll put a little post-it note as that. Okay. Like if there's an element, it's supposed to be made necessary. Chekhov's gun. Yeah. If there's a gun on the scene, it should be used. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, for example, yes. So yeah, I also understand the Chekhov's gun. I'm just saying, what is Chekhov's gun in this story? Like, how do you see that being used specifically, right? Pitch me that idea, because it have to be like the time capsule itself, I think is what you were suggesting, or what's in the time capsule. And remember, we have two big questions before we can really, really hone in on this story, which is, what is in the time capsule? And what is at stake for our character if they don't succeed at their goal? If they don't get this time capsule, why are they so motivated? And it could be internal stakes. Remember, I still kind of like the idea of the absentee father, and then the discovery of the truth that the father was from the future, And what's in the time capsule is evidence proving to his son that he never abandoned him, that he just wanted him to have a life on Earth before it blew up. And honestly, guys, think about this. We could really play with the audience's expectations if we pull back and we realize that they're in like the 1960s or the 1950s or something like that. It doesn't even have to be present day, you know, almost inferring that like in 2025, Donald Trump pressed the big red button and nuclear Armageddon started. And it could be almost a warning to us in the present day too. It can kind of kill two birds at once. The man alone, we need interaction. The kid is a good idea. Put an idea. The man has a kid with him. Maybe? The man has a kid with him, maybe? Put that there. Oh, I like this. Or maybe they're the future grandkids as adults. They're the future grandkids as adults. I'll be honest with you. I'm starting to get a little twisted up in time here. My point is, he's so paranoid about the timer that it triggers his actions, but the timer doesn't actually do anything. So we find out in the last couple of seconds that it's entirely accidental. What I'm saying is, if that's the thing that motivates his action to dig up the capsule, like, does he know? Does he always know about the timer? Like, why is he racing? The timer honestly throws me off, but I like the idea of a ticking clock. So it's kind of like, for my brain, for clarity, it's like a yes and no. I just need to be clearer about what this. So then it's one of those. The note is not the note. The note is the ticking clock adds stakes. The idea that it does nothing doesn't help us find our character's motivation for digging up the time capsule, or go beyond the actions of, or help us really go beyond the actions of what's inside of the time capsule. Like, we want to reveal to the audience what's inside the time capsule because it's a twist, right? What's inside is what the grandfather needed to survive the time travel. Oh, interesting. Or, okay, so it's also insinuating that maybe a time travel device is also in the time capsule. To survive time travel. And a time travel device. Okay. Oh, that wouldn't motivate his actions to dig up the timer. It was just an unexpected omen. He didn't know the time capsule would be replaced with one from the future. Just ignore my ideas. I'm spitballing. No. This is exactly what the writer's room is for spitballing, because maybe those ideas didn't stick, but one, it's important that we have them. Two, it's important that you feel safe sharing them. And three, you never know when it's going to be the thing or inspire an answer to another question. We have to be vocal. We have to be unafraid to share ideas in order to see them all on the wall like this. Look at this. This is a giant mess. But what we're going to do after this is start picking one thing after the other, right? And turning it into a really tight story and then start punching it up. It's 4:30. We have until 5. We have 30 minutes. I doubt we're going to finish today, but let's finish our outline, and then I'll start with then we're just going to put a pin in it. Like, hey guys, no more ideas whenever it comes to story structure, plot, act 1, act 2. At some point, I'm going to ask you to change your brain chemistry and start focusing on the new narrative that I've decided on as our showrunner here, our digital showrunner here, and then we're gonna have to start punching up character details, dialogue, atmosphere, environment, everything in the mise en scene, right? And then we're gonna have to focus on that, right? Okay, so let's talk about roll in hand. Probably not. No. But talking about everything is just as important as writing. All of this talking that I'm doing is part of the writing process, I assure you. Yeah, in my opinion, this isn't a short concept. It's absolutely a longer piece. Not really up for us to decide, honestly. I don't know how we pare this idea down while still keeping it satisfying. Hey, you're a writer. We're gonna figure it out, right? So you have five. So you have 5 pages to do it. And if we're paring it down, then we take 2 supporting characters, we make them 1. If we're paring it down, we cut the kid. If we're paring it down, we choose one thing to be in the time capsule, that kind of thing. All right. So let's do this. We have to put our foot down and we have to decide on something, right? So here we go. I think we have a sci-fi. Yes, Roland, in movie script form. I'll pull up the final draft. What I'm thinking is that it's a sci-fi drama a la Black Mirror Twilight Zone. We're going to do it in 5 pages in screenplay style, more or less. We have one main character, one supporting, because we're trying to get it down to 5 pages. The man may have a kid with him. Could be a twist of the grandparents being the young couple in the home. Here's a touchstone. Our touchstone is our log line. A man digging for his 20-year-old time capsule discovers a time capsule from 20 years in the future. The thing missing from this log line is what's at stake if they don't achieve it. So I think what we have here is a story of internal stakes. I like the idea of Act 1 having, I still like the mystery of a man overly familiar with a rental home unpacks a bag of equipment for digging. I don't know if it's about stopping their father's death anymore. I'm just gonna, oh, I can't strike through on this. That sucks. Being broke. I think money is a poor motivator. I'm gonna delete that one. It's never about the money. It's about what you'd spend the money on, paying for your kids' cancer treatments, money as itself is a poor motivator. Buying your dead brother's house back before it gets auctioned off. Those are real stakes. Discover time capsule while burying pet hamster. I doubt you'd go to a rental home to bury a pet hamster. So if we really want to pare it down, we would cut the supporting character, and then we would have a man with his kid burying a dead hamster, discovering the time capsule from 20 years in the future. Here's what I like about cutting the rental home aspect of this. And remember, guys, I liked A Mystery of a Man Over Familiar with a Rental Home. But in the nature of relationships, we're talking about a patriarchal relationship. We have, let's call it, because we've been saying grandfather a lot, and I'm guessing it's a lot of dudes in the chat, so we'll just go ahead and stick with it. But there's always kind of a trope of the absentee father, right? So we have a father who has his kid and is there for him. He is literally going to help his kid bury his dead hamster, and upon doing it, discovers a time capsule left by his father. We know it's left by his father because his name is on the time capsule in the yard. He uproots the time capsule. His kid is us, the audience. Daddy, what's that? Who's Howard or whatever his dad's name is. My daddy left me a long time ago, and he never said where he was going, and no one's ever found him again. Is he dead like Wally the hamster? I don't know. No one's ever found his body. Blah blah blah. And he's communicating his feelings to his kid while trying to figure out simultaneously how to open this very, very slick looking time capsule. And after realizing that there's no latches, there's no buttons, there's no screws, there's no seams, at some point his kid asks him the right kind of question, to where he replies, well, my dad always told me this word, this phrase. Voice activated, time capsule opens, and now we have the truth. The truth is the evidence that he kind of sorts through and looks at. There's newspaper clippings and photos from the future, maybe it's our 2025, so it doesn't have to be holograms, right? If it's in the far future, the less relatable the artifacts are, right? And then if you were to discover this in 2025, and that maybe his father left him knowledge of what is going to happen in the near future, and a time travel device where he and his son can go back even further into time to start their life and live it in a healthy way. You know, something like that. Are we seeing where this is going? Has to open it. Maybe the father's watch is there. It's nice. Pokemon is a little like more comedic. Time capsule opens. We'll call it father. I don't think it's necessarily about stopping their father's death. Okay. A man and his son decide to add an already existing time capsule that has been there for generations for that family, but things have changed. I see what you mean, but I think you're on a different / good path. Okay. So, let's do it. Let me go ahead and open up a final draft. Give me 1 second. We'll call this Future Father, because I like the alliteration. And we have IOBS open. Okay, we're about to have a very, very cluttered screen, but it is what it is. Where's my final draft? Here we go. Final draft. Future Father. Okay, here he is, the big blank page. Wow. Okay, guys, I know it's a lot. It's a lot on the screen, isn't it? Let me try and shrink this down just a little bit more. Move it over. If it helps, try and put these in a more linear order here, just so we can see everything. Okay, let's see how the screen looks now. A little bit more doable. Let me move that over just a scotch. Something like that. Okay. So we have a lot. We have a lot to consider. I'm going to copy some of our notes in just at the top, and then just so we always have them to add. Not a scene heading, but a action or general line. We have one father character, one child. We have well, let's sum it up. child's dead hamster. A father finds a time capsule from 20 years in the future, revealing his father, time traveler, left him the past so he could have a good life before futures, before the future turned tragic. Okay, so it's a little bit about reconciling. It's about our relationships with our fathers. We have in Act 1. We know what's going to happen in Act 1. It's our setup. It's our inciting incident. It's our catalyst. Our debate. We have Act 2, which is where we fun and games, right? Mystery. How do I open capsule? Answering the kids' questions about grandfather, and ends with opening of the capsule. Act 3 is reveals the truth, reconciles with the truth, and faces the question of whether oh my god, or not to time travel himself. Okay, so let's see. Did we decide on present day or starting in the past? Oh, you're right. I kind of like the idea of reveal that we are in the past and that the events unfold in 2026. Here we can call it the near past. Okay, so that also means that if this father's intention were for his kid to find it, that the kid must have known about it and also forgotten where it was buried. So let's start naming these people, huh? Father is not a great name, but let's see. Let's see, names that mean father. We have Julian. Abraham, father of many. Abner, Julius. So let's be thematic about our choices. Let's, I want to call him Julian because I don't want to, Abraham is so archaic and old that it might put the audience onto the scent early. And then let's look for names meaning time. Horace, Horatio, Corona, Tempo. Eon, Horus. I don't like it. Names meaning. Let's see. Also, sometimes. Let's start. Somebody just. You know what, writers? This is what the writers' room is for. Okay, I came up with one name, but writers, can you please give me a name for the sun that is kind of thematic, that won't throw off the reader too early, that has some sort of tie to the story, either through patriarchal relationships or time or traveling, right? Or something that means cyclical nature of some sort. Feel free to get into the chat, really participate there. And then I'll keep writing while you guys think, okay? Let's see, so how early can we get into the story? To me, exterior backyard. Day. The shovel strikes the dirt. Pulls up soil and dumps it. Another strike. We'll call him Julian wipes his brow. We're introducing a character. Let's give him all caps. Julian, 40s, maybe? No, wait. If he has a young kid, let's make him, I guess, 30s-ish? 30? 30s? Julian, 30s, wipes his brow. His son, whatever his name is. You guys got a name? Come on, writers. I'll do the boring thing. I'm about to call him David. Just 'cause. David. I don't know, 10? Stands with a shoebox wrapped in bows and messages. R.I.P. Chester. Something like that. Etc. Mook, we need a. We're just kind of going through. I asked for a name for it for the child that could be thematic to time, the cyclical nature of time travel, something thematic to the patriarchy of a fatherly relationship. Here we have the father Julian. Julian kind of means time, and it's not too old of a name like Abraham to make people think that this is not the past, right? Here we're kind of hiding that we're in the near future from people. So I could even say like, no, that's fine, backyard day, perfect, cool.
Stuff and DC super pets.
And put this in italics. That kind of gives the and looks in the hole and notices a shiny. Notices something shiny, metallic. Julian looks in, notices something shiny and metallic. That. Exterior backyard. Day later, right? The hole much larger now. Julian pulls a metallic, a large metallic pill-shaped box from hole. Dirt piled high around him, Julian pulls a large metallic pill-shaped box from the hole. So now we know time has passed. We know because the amount of dirt has risen. Maybe the kid, Michelle David, first and middle name, is named in honor of his grandfather, David Michael. Bring some sort of connection there. Julian commit. Okay, I like the idea of that. Let me just make a little quick post-it about it. The kid is named after grandfather. We would probably see that in Act 1. It's a good little tag there. Yeah, Michael. I like that idea. Perfect. Get that smaller. Okay. 454. Okay. But listen, we know what we're supposed to do here. We have everything here that we need. We just started. It's just now getting interesting. We know where we're supposed to head. We have our ideas. It's 4:55. Let's see what we can do in 5 minutes. But obviously no promises. We'll just have to do this on the next stream. Guys, you're going to have to come back next stream and help me participate in finishing the story that you started, okay? Tuesdays at noon from PST, noon to 5. Okay, but let's keep going. Or Act 1. We have the man has a kid with him. Okay, so we pull out the pill-shaped box from the hole. Julian wipes away the dirt. To reveal a name on the capsule. David, Michael, I'll just say Green. And David, that's my name. And then Julian says, well, you're named after your grandfather. Julian turns the object over in his hands. Julian. Funny. time capsule. But there is no seam or screws or anything. David is going to bring it back to the grandpa, right? Who is... Oh no. I don't know, grandpa. When he disappeared a time ago, before you were born. Julian puts the capsule on the ground and whacks it a few times with the shovel. Okay. Let's see. We need to talk about writers. Oh, we have 2 minutes. Can we talk about phrases that open the time capsule? And if you give me that phrase that opens the time capsule, we'll know how to steer our dialogue, right? We need voice activated phrase to open the time capsule. Your grandpa always said... What? What did your grandpa always say? Anybody out there have any ideas? We got still 5 people in the chat. Rolling hand. Jack of all's gone. Pizza must have got him. Anybody? Okay, it's 4:59. It's 4:59. So, guys, you're still part of a writer's room. I know it's all voluntary, but either way, I still really enjoy having you here. Guys, think about this. Think about this. Let it ruminate in your subconscious. Put it on your mind, and then do something else. And see if your subconscious doesn't serve you any sort of answers that you could bring back to the table next week. I'll be here. Oh, wait a minute. Is it the holidays? Let's check. Where's my calendar? Let's check the old calendar and see. 23rd. I may not. I'm not sure. I know we're kind of getting into those like Christmas holidays. It gets really, really busy. I would like to. I prefer to write. So, if the names tie together, maybe Julian calling his son David Michael would trigger it. Oh, how sweet! Perfect, Mook. I'm going to add this. Maybe saying the name David Michael Green opens it up. It was written there the whole time. I like that. Mook, that's a great idea. Fantastic. And I can see his son getting like, but Dad, we have to bury Chester. David Michael Green? I'm doing something right now. You know, the time capsule opens up a little bit. The past is the key to the future. Miss Shadow 69 coming in at the very end of this thing for the win. Yes, Miss Shadow 69 also. Thanks for joining the stream. It is 5 o'clock, so I'm actually getting off of the stream. But wow, you really came in and kind of nailed it, right? So, guys, I'm going to try and do this next Tuesday. We didn't get but 2 pages into writing the first draft of this. Obviously, we still need to punch some stuff up. We spent a lot of time brainstorming. It was very important. Remember, most of writing is thinking, and then most of writing is actually rewriting. Very little of writing is actually just kind of writing, right? We're always thinking, and we're always editing in equal parts to the writing as well. You got to get in the mood to write. Okay, excellent. Well, Miss Shadow 69, let me see if who's online right now, and if I can't kick you over to who do I want to raid? Who do I want to raid? Who do I want to raid? Can I get my second book done? Miss Shadow 69, congratulations on even getting a first book done. It's such an accomplishment. A lot of people don't even start, right? So you're already light years ahead of the game. Let me see who's online right now. So, let's see. No, he's not. Okay, well, let me check the reading and writing. Category. And see. Let's see who's writing. I'll help you guys. Oh, there's somebody who's celebrating Jane Austen Day. That's kind of cool. It's always nice to make a new writing friend as well.
It was an animating subject. Thank you for subscribing, Sam.
Oh, she's reading Jane Austen. Is anybody writing? Ooh, River Kai is writing a werewolf book. Let's see. Okay, okay. I like his setup. It's similar to mine. And he's got a text document open, so it seems like he might be doing some writing. If everybody's looking for some inspo, then let's visit River Kai and raid River Kai. Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining me on this stream. It's always a pleasure to write with each and every one of you. I enjoy you being here. It certainly helps the writing process. Thank you so much for your time and your attention and even your lurks. I always really appreciate it. I think you guys are wonderful. And if I don't see you next week, happy holidays. But of course, I will definitely try and make it happen because we try and write as often as possible. Why? Because we should be writing. Thanks so much. Be sure to go and follow my YouTube channel. It's pinned to the top of the chat here for additional content if you want to rewatch the live stream without commercials. YouTube always keeps my live streams under the live section, and longer videos from past exercises where I do log lines, scene sprints, original character creations, and also talk about writing subjects with just kind of a longer content, right? Like kinds of irony and kinds of conflict, things like that. Okay, be sure to like, subscribe, and follow as much as you can. It always really helps me out. Thank you guys so much, and I'm going to send us over to River Kai, who is writing today. Let's raid. Have a good week and a good holiday to you too, Mook, to everybody. Thanks so much. We are going to raid River Kai in 3, 2, and 1.